see the statistics we're gonna talk about.
I did. I just think it's a couple second delay.
I'll just give you a cue when to pull it
Okay.
up.
I have such mixed feelings
All right.
about it. I just can't decide if I want them to close or stay open.
I think we're good now.
Really, we will start shortly.
Go ahead.
Ready?
Yep.
I call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the City of Kalispell's work session for May 13, 2024. Can I have a roll call, please?
Counselor Down.
Here.
Counselor Fisher.
Here.
Counselor Hunter.
Here.
Counselor Dahlman.
Here.
Counselor Graham.
Here.
Counselor Nunnally.
Here.
Counselor Carlson.
Here.
Counselor Gabrielle. Mayor Johnson.
Here. Okay, we have one item for discussion this evening. It is a discussion on the neighborhood concerns related to the warming center and its conditional use permit. I just want to let everybody know that what we do in a work session is council discusses items, and typically we establish a path forward for what we're going to do on an item at a future council date. And then we take public comment after that if you wish to make public comment at that point in time. So I just want to set the stage so everybody understands. When you give public comment, we take your comment, we don't respond, we don't interact. It's just part of accepting that comment into the record. So we're going to start. Mr. Russell, can you give us an intro into this and explain kind of how we got here?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, and I appreciate the privilege of being the first one to speak. That way, it anchors and the dissatisfaction with anything that may be said in terms of the context, because that's really what I'm trying to do, is put this into context in terms of what was requested. We did have a request at a previous meeting to discuss the council concerns that have been expressed from neighborhood around the warming center as it related to the operation within the conditional use permit. As part of that, we had some general data that was requested with the heat maps showing the density for law enforcement calls. Subsequently, more data was requested that dove a little bit deeper and compared other areas of the community. And so I'll present an overview of that information as part of it, but also, again, feel a professional responsibility to address some of the components and put the discussion into context. One of the things we've heard a lot of is, support or not support or concerns related to this and the conditional use permit. But what we are looking at is the conditional use permit, and the conditional use permit isn't determined by support or not support. And the best way to look at it is from that perspective of what are the policies related to a conditional use permit within the city code and what goes into that review process. So the first thing I wanted to do, and Amy, if you wouldn't mind pulling up the screen.
Can you turn your mics up a little bit?
We can try. I don't know if they have that, what the functionality is. That's one of the things they were working on within the room. So a conditional use permit is part of our zoning code. And our zoning code provides uses within a respective geographic area. In those different geographic areas, we've established uses by right. And those are just those general uses that go into any respective zone that you don't need any special permits to operate that respective use. We also have a conditional use, which is a use that is granted by the discretion and grace of the council. And that's called a conditional use permit. And one of the things, like I said, we've been hearing is, a couple items. One of those being, though, that, looking at that conditional use permit and trying to compare that to support or value of the respective use. But what a conditional use permit does is it looks at the land area around a proposed use. For example, the review criteria in city code, I put it up here. The entire code is within the packet. But again, that review criteria that goes as part of the process state that no conditional use permit shall be issued except upon a finding that the proposed use conforms to the requirements set forth in this chapter, and the proposed conditional use will have no more adverse effect on the health, safety, or comfort of persons living or working in the area, and will be no more injurious economically or otherwise to property or improvements in the surrounding area than would any use generally permitted in the district. Any authorized conditional use may not be denied arbitrarily or if no specific adverse effect is found. So as identified in municipal code, a conditional use permit process is not to evaluate a respective use and whether that use is good or valuable, but rather to evaluate the proposed use to identify if it has an adverse effect on the surrounding area. That evaluation is conducted through a process that entails all the information that is submitted, including the application and public testimony. Council uses all of that information to make a decision as to approve, conditionally approve, or deny the permit application. And I bring that up because some have suggested that the council can only review the conditions that have been placed on a permit. But that misses the overall record that goes into it. So much so that even on a conditional use application, we have a disclaimer under the signatory aspect. Right here, starting here, should any information or representation submitted in connection with this application be incorrect or untrue, I understand that any approval based thereon may be rescinded and other appropriate action taken. So I point that out, that it's everything that was part of that approval record, from planning board, submitted testimony, submitted comment, the discussion, the public testimony provided. All that is part of the record that goes into council making a decision and highlighted by that signatory. So again, it's just important, so as we have the discussion, what is actually part of that conditional use process and what goes into the approval component. So again, thought that that's just a responsibility to provide for the council as this discussion starts, to frame it in terms of what was requested was a discussion related to neighborhood concerns that have been expressed and how that relates to the conditional use. So in relation to information that was requested, we initially had a request for heat maps that identify the density within a geographic area for calls. So we provided heat maps, and all those are in the packet as well. What we did was combined 4 different areas of call: trespass, disorderly conduct, welfare checks, and criminal mischief. And as the first data set that went out, we just divided the city into 4 quadrants, recognizing that that gave you a visual and a representation of change. There also may be other factors that could be influencing any of those quadrants. So as part of that first data set, we also did a half-mile radius around the warming center. Distribute that information, and additional information was requested to kind of dive down a little bit deeper in terms of what that data meant. And that included other areas with a half-mile radius around them, and I'll hit those here in a moment. And then also looking at the warming center, half-mile radius, during seasons of operation versus seasons where they're not operating overnight, and breaking out the calls that were from the neighborhood specifically versus calls that may have just emerged from the warming center address. So I'll just walk through the graphs here just to kind of give a general idea. So under the first set, and again, what we are looking at is the percentage change in these calls from the 3 years before the warming center opened to the 3 years after the warming center opened, and just looked at the change between those 2 time periods to try and gauge if there was a change in calls to law enforcement. So what we have on the first graph is the 4 different quadrants in the city. So you got southwest, southeast, northeast, and the northwest. And this included the warming center. So you can see the relative percentages of change from those 2 time periods of those 4 areas of calls. Also just added in the hard numbers for the respective calls so people can see how we got those percentages. We also had the warming center, which again is a subset of the northwest quadrant, and its relative change in those calls for service, and then citywide calls. So you always have that included in every graph just as a control. So you can see the respective change in calls between those geographic areas. The next graph, again, we're looking at those 4 calls lumped together, and this was a comparison around other specific locations in the city, and that included a half-mile radius. And then you graphed, again, the percentage change in calls between those time periods. So what was requested was Depot Park, Woodland Park, the library, hospital, jail, junction at Tree Line in 93, Samaritan House, the warming center, and then citywide calls. So that's the second graph that's in each section. Third graph is where we broke out the warming center individually. So the first section here is those months of operation where the warming center operates overnight. The pink, let me back up. The second section is months when the warming center is open overnight. And the third section is months when the warming center is closed overnight, typically that May through September. The purple represents the warming center itself, that half-mile radius. The blue is if you take out the calls from the warming center address, so emerging in that half-mile radius, but removing calls from the warming center itself. And then again, citywide as the control. And so you can see that change in percentage. And again, if you add this section to this section, you'll get the annual section. So you're looking at subsets of this full data as you break out those times of operation, and you can see the change from when the warming center is open to when the warming center is closed for overnight service. And again, the blue is just a subset of the purple. So we did that, again, with all calls combined, and then we broke out individual calls. So for example, change in trespass calls between those 2 time periods. Again, this is the 4 quadrants, with the warming center being a subset of the northwest quadrant. This is in the other specific half-mile radiuses around town. And then again, broken out from seasons of operation and calls in total in the half-mile radius, and calls if you remove the warming center specifically. So did that for trespass. Did that for disorderly conduct. Again, there's a half-mile radius on other locations. The warming center specifically. Did it for welfare. I should say welfare checks. And that's your half-mile radius. Again, breaking out seasons of operation. And then did it for criminal mischief calls. So again, just trying to graph out what that potential change could have been from one time period to the next. And then there are the associated heat graphs, and I'll just do the first one that has all calls, but all of those different locations are graphed out. So that was, previous one was the 3-year period before opening, and this is be the 3-year period after opening. So with that, I will turn it over to council. I'm happy to answer any questions as it relates to any of the data or any of the questions on the conditional use permit itself or the application, but just be happy to answer any of those questions council may have.
Questions, comments, discussion? Mr. Allman?
I mean, I got lots of questions.
That's why we're here.
Get it. I mean, how do we know if all of these calls are homeless people? Do you know that?
I'm just mapping out the change in percentage between those two time periods, and then you have the control over the citywide and the controls as a comparison for others. So
I hear that. I hear that. It appears that there's a citywide increase in all of these calls, and I see the data. The data is right there. I get it, but it appears that there's a citywide increase in all of these calls. Can we directly contribute all of the calls across the entire city to the Flathead Warming Center? Is my question. And then my other question is I know we're talking about the conditional use permit. The revocation of, if it comes to that, the revocation of the CUP, is that something that's is legal?
So I'll answer that one first. That's what the application states. That if council relied on information that has not deemed to play out, that it's agreed upon that it can be amended or revoked. So it's a matter of grace by the council in the initial submission of it. You just want to go through a due process procedure, which, I referenced when this first came up. The first question you had is, how do you attribute to it? I would guess you can try and interpret it how you want. You're asking me for, how do we attribute it? Well, you can see the change in percentage compared to citywide, on these. And you can look at the change when in operation versus when out. If you want to make a determination on your own, you're more than welcome to do that. That's what council discussion is for.
That's why I'm asking. I mean, I guess that's all for now. That wasn't a lot. I'm also interested in the positive impacts. I mean, we're talking about impacts. I'm interested to know what the positive impacts of the warming center are. I see this other data, but I see this data, but I don't see the other data of what the possible positive impacts of the warming center could be.
So it looks like you're asking me that question, and I'm just going to go back to the conditional use review permit.
You're talking, so I'm looking at you, but
Because, again, it doesn't say anything about the positive impact. It talks about an adverse. If it wasn't concerned with adverse, it wouldn't be a conditional use. It would be a use by right.
Granted use.
That's why you have conditional use.
still gonna ask. You may not have the answer, I'm just putting it out there.
And that becomes that question, Jessica, that does the good outweigh the bad? And that's the tough thing, because now you're asking, really, when you look at the numbers, you ask a portion of the city to, dare I say, suck it up. Is that fair to them? That's the ultimate question when we're looking at a land use decision, especially on a conditional use permit. It is granted by the grace of the council. We have an obligation to review this when we see something not operating or some adverse effect compared to what we thought when we approved it.
Completely understood. And,
yeah.
you know, that's why we're here. That's why we're talking, you know. I may not get answers, but at least I'm asking the question.
Ted?
Yeah, I wanted to know the CUP itself. It was in order to provide a homeless shelter, if I understand correctly, because that wasn't a use that was permitted in that zone.
So you have well, actually it'd be, you can go back to the application itself.
Yeah, I see it right there in the proposed use, but,
There you go.
okay. And just for my edification, we don't have a zone in the city that actually does allow, without a conditional use permit, a homeless shelter. Is that correct?
I don't believe so. Jared, do you know offhand if,
I'm looking right now.
I was just wondering about.
Nope, it's a conditionally permitted use in RA1, RA2, H1, B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, and P1. But a conditionally permitted use in all those zones.
Okay, so no use by right in any of the zones.
No, there's not.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I can frame this correctly as far as what the CUP was for.
Thank you.
We
I'd like to
amended-
hear from Counselor Graham, who was the one that first brought this up to our attention for a council meeting. I'd just like to hear from him to, kind of kick off our discussion, if that's okay.
We haven't got there yet.
Okay.
We're still asking questions.
Sure.
I mean, kind of,
it's all discussion.
it's a discussion and everything, but I really haven't gotten to where I was going to say anything. I mean, these numbers, when I asked for my portion of these numbers, it was very specifically detailed for this area, because this was what the conditional use permit was for this area. Subsequent information was asked for. I think that the information that has come out has made it look worse when you go through and you can see that there's 111 calls in 3 years to that address. When you can go and you can see what the difference is between when it's operational and when it's not operational. I get what you're saying about, can we tell who these people are and everything is, and I guess the quick answer is no, but when you can go and break it out from hours of operation, when they're closed and when they're open, I think that's pretty telling.
I agree, but I still had to ask the question.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I get it. So, with that, the information that you pulled out of here is very helpful, and it's broken out a lot of different ways. Each incident and everything mapped out and all that. So, I mean, as far as for right now, I mean, I'm not really gonna get to where I was gonna go quite yet, unless there's other further conversation. But the one thing I'm glad that Mr. Russell had brought up was how we're in this situation looking at this, because it wasn't, and it was reported a lot, and I can't figure out why, but it was reported a lot that the only thing we had to look at was the 9 conditions that we place on there as conditions of approval. And I think one time during comments, I want to put it out there and say, we look at everything when we're going and making our approvals, and it goes all the way down to planning board approval and what's coming up from the planning board to the council to public comment in our meeting and everything. So taking all that and gathering it, what I saw was, when I'm going through and reading the letters that were attached to the application to the planning board and to the city council, does not jive, does not match up with what I'm seeing and what I was thinking I was going to get. So that's why I asked for this. And wow,
Well,
this is a big meeting. So
I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I appreciate that.
no, it's fine.
background.
And like I said, I mean, I'm happy to do it now, but I think maybe there's conversation
Yeah.
prior to getting to that, but
Well,
maybe not.
I'm an engineer, and I rely heavily on stats. I like to see the statistics. So some of these were definitely telling. So, I just wanted to basically hear if there was anything else that we were going to talk about. I was here the night that the specific sessions that we had where we went through the approval process for the CUP at the council level. And I do definitely recall that there was some items that went into the request about not adversely affecting the neighborhood and mitigating steps that they would be taken to make sure that wasn't the case. So I don't specifically recall every line item from there and every sentence that was spoken, but that I definitely remember that that discussion happened. So I just wanted to see what the other council members had to say about that.
When I had asked for this, one of the things that I'd asked for to kind of come forward was those letters and stuff, because I did a lot of research going and finding everything and getting it put together. And so I wanted everybody to have been able to have read that so that, we were on the same page. I'm going to talk about it. I can do it now if you want. I just wanted, if there was other council discussion, then all right, I'll go.
No,
I'll hit
that's
it.
why we're here.
All right, so I think on April 1st, I opened this up and started talking about how I was approached from some residents of the area, both residents and businesses. And I gave up my comments on that as to what people were experiencing in that area. And it's kind of a evolving thing that as council members, if we don't really hear, sometimes you hear things that are kind of innuendo or maybe rumor and stuff. And so you're like, well, maybe I should check that out. And I started hearing too much of that. And so I started prying a little deeper and checking and asking, and people were talking to me. And I thought, oh, okay, well, that's not what I remember going through and doing this. And when you're driving through, just what you can see. So I had, several things in there that I had listed out. I'll just do them again just to bring kind of some clarity to it, because there's other things that came up through emails and stuff that I would add to that. And, so the things that I had been told was things being the new normal in the area, which were things like getting spit in the face, loitering in front of businesses, screaming, threatening actions, pounding on doors and windows, feces on front business steps, sleeping on property. Some of the other ones are using bathrooms as bathtubs, drugs and needles in a lot of the area, sexual acts out in the public. And one that kind of came up that was kind of recurring that I didn't really even think of, but there was several of them that came up and talked to me about how it's affecting children in the area. And to certain different degrees, some of them are hearing people arguing and yelling, profanities and stuff, drunkenness, seeing this, drug use. I don't know if it ever rose to the occasion of any of the sexual acts. I'm not sure. I was never told that, but going to the bathroom and stuff like that in front of them. And I don't even know why that has to happen. So what I have here is, in that meeting, I listed out a few things, and I have more after I went through and thought about this, but the areas where I go through and I see that we are not in connection with the conditional use permit and the application is the first one is an increased homelessness in the area. Now, they would go and they would say that, there's already homelessness there when this was approved, but the idea behind that is increased homelessness in the area. Sure, yeah, there's homelessness in the whole city. But the thing is, when I'm hearing that, I'm saying you're not going to be bringing more homelessness into the area, attracting it and bringing it in. That has happened. Homelessness has increased in the area, And what I would point to is, the application letter submitted to the city council. In the application, it says, page 4, the letter submitted with the application states that the warming center will not introduce homelessness in the area. I said, we know this is not true because we know Whitefish is admitted to bringing people down from Whitefish that get off the tracks, asking for services. They've asked for the warming center pointedly. Complaints from the area of residents and businesses seeing an uptick in homelessness. New faces. People see new faces all the time. Used to be you would know who people were, and now you have new faces coming in. So there's also a couple of emails from the executive director have gone through and pointed out that, they're not all local. And there's varying degrees as to what that percentage may be from one to the other. There was another email from the executive director, I think it was, I don't know if it was a year ago from November. It was November 14th, I think. But talking about an incident where an individual got off the train in Whitefish, he got off there drunk, and they brought him down to the warming center, and they kept him overnight. And then the next day, since he's here in the city, he goes to the library. Well, he's not from here. How do you know to get to the library? So he goes to the library, starts acting up, and they ask them to bring him back, and they refuse to take him. But the thing is, he's already here. He's in the neighborhood. He's in the community. He's gotten off the train, and he did so and came to the warming center. So that's not how this is supposed to work. The other thing is, there was just recently a Daily Interlake article talking about some of the homelessness as it pertained to Medicaid. Well, the person they were interviewing from Great Falls moved over here to go to the warming center from Great Falls. So those are not things that I signed on to. This was supposed to be for locals, for Kalispell locals. The second one is loitering on the property as well as in the neighborhood. And this is something that was documented very well in the application letter. Paragraph 3, Section A, the flow in and out of the neighborhood is very important, so much so we have policies and procedures to prevent loitering on the property as well as in the neighborhood. That's not happening. People are loitering. And anybody can see it. The loitering was actually one of the biggest part of the complaints when people were talking to me, and probably some of the emails that came in. It was actually kind of referred to us. Well, individual came up to me as, they talk about people walking down the sidewalk and hanging out on the corner, drinking man cans, while children pass by and they're smoking, and I don't know if they're already drunk, I don't know. But kids have gotten off of school and are walking home. The neighborhood is not convinced that loitering is not an issue, and I'm not either. The second part is the occupancy agreement and safety, number 4 on their letter. The occupancy agreement, people who are not abiding by this agreement are turned back out into the surrounding neighborhood. When that happens, they are loitering. They do not leave the area. The application letter of the planning board, one of the concerns, it says, we are concerned about individuals being in the neighborhood when they arrive past curfew, are not allowed to enter or asked to leave. This practice is continued, so when they're let out, they're basically let back out on the street, and they don't vacate the area. The third one is responsiveness and accountability to the neighborhood. Page 4, application letter. The application letter to the city council is our policy that if a customer burns their bridge with any neighbor, that customer burns their bridge with the warming center. Page 5, neighbors will be provided the director's cell number. FCW ensures that we're prompt and responsive to neighborhood concerns. The full-time director will periodically check in with neighbors to maintain open communication. Neighborhood complaints do not indicate that this is happening, and a lot of people that I had talked to didn't know who Ms. Horn was or have her number. So that's something that was probably an easy thing, but it's something that isn't happening. And so the next one is, obviously, as we've seen, the increase in law enforcement. Couple areas that I would point to for that is the Chamber of Commerce has an outcome of recommendations that they had sent to us that outlined the possibility of patrols in that area when the warming center is open in the winter, and from the time they open and close, and then in the summer that wouldn't happen. Our staff report, number 3A, police, it says police protection will be provided by KPD. No unusual impacts or needs are anticipated from the project. That's not accurate. We had an email from an individual asking for more patrols in the area because apparently it's where they walk from the downtown area to the warming center, and he's just getting tired of going and cleaning up needles and beer cans and garbage. So, that's a need for more law enforcement there. And then obviously the heat maps that we've seen shows a huge increase in the law enforcement need. So this was for Kalispell locals. It was, in my opinion, that was my understanding, that it was for Kalispell to help Kalispell locals. That's how it started. I mean, it was in a neighborhood just right over here, and I think that it's grown into something that you can't recognize anymore. And there's an email that indicates, from Ms. Horn, that they serve the entire Flathead. And I didn't see it that way when I was approving it. I saw it as a Kalispell thing. I know that they had emergency beds and stuff, but I wasn't anticipating, or did I approve, or would I have approved of people coming from other parts of the valley, let alone other states, coming off the train. So being a good neighbor. Now this is a big one. This one, this was the planning board letter. It goes and says, I don't want someone to defecate in my yard. It says that has not been our experience at all. And so this is the answer. In fact, just the opposite. As individuals feel part of community and are given the opportunity to participate and give back to the community independently, our guests began to pick up trash in the neighborhood. This was our experience over here in our previous neighborhood, which was residential. As we teach our guests how to be good neighbor, they become protective of the shelter and the neighborhood. I don't think anybody in the neighborhood believes that that's what's happening. And I just need to find something here real quick because it was too much to type. Says the other part, when it talks about being a good neighbor, says our neighbors are taking care of us by allowing our shelter in the neighborhood. We're going to take care of our neighbors. As we teach how to be a good neighbor, our customers become protective of the neighborhood, and the neighborhood maintains its standing as a great place to live and work. The neighbors will be provided with the director's cell number, and while no one can control all behaviors in any neighborhood, it's true, the Flathead Warming Center ensures that we are prompt and responsive to neighbors' concerns if they so arise. The full-time director will periodically check in with neighbors to maintain open communication. The next one is transportation. This is also in the council letter to the council. Says last season we partnered with Eagle Transit to provide our customers morning transportation out of the neighborhood to the Salvation Army for breakfast. It is our intent to do the same and to add the use of church ministries to bring guests to the shelter from feeding the Flathead dinners. That is not happening. The second part is the exact time of operation will be determined by the times that we are able to partner with supportive services such as transportation into and out of the neighborhood. So basically, there's supposed to be transportation in and out of the neighborhood instead of people filtering in and then waiting, a big long line, smoking. It's all about image. So those are the, was it? Yeah, those are the, that's like, there's 7 things there. Those are the ones that I have. And I know it was probably long and boring and hard to, you asked for it, Sid.
Well, and I appreciate that, because you did hit a whole bunch of different points. I don't, so once again, looking at why we're here tonight, we have, we're not here to discredit or deny that the warming shelter does serve a function, and there are definitely, at least from what I understand, less frozen dead people in the morning, less digits and appendages that have to be cut off for severe frostbite has been something I'm sure that has been served here. But we're not here to talk about that piece or specifically talking about the conditional use permit and if there is an adverse effect in the neighborhood. I stated that as a statement, but it's basically a question. I want to make sure that's why we're here and what we're talking about.
Largely why we're here, Mr. Dowd. It's really the I think through the complaints that a lot of us have received, the emails that we received, basically looking at it and going, wait, something's happening here that wasn't anticipated. As Mr. Graham said, it wasn't, what was advertised wasn't what we got. And so that's, really what we're looking at is that component. Is there a detrimental impact to the neighborhood by virtue of having a conditional use permit granted?
Mr. Mayor, can you use your microphone better?
Oh, sorry. Yep. So that's, why we're here, really. Mr.
So
Hunter?
not surprising, I have prepared remarks reverting to old form. I looked at the data and have a lot of thoughts and comments on it. I think you'll find that a lot of my comments respond to Mr. Graham's points, but just so I cover everything, I want to make sure it's written down and says it the way I want to say it. So that's why I tend to lean on prepared remarks. So there's a lot here. I appreciate your patience as I run through it. Probably take about the same amount of time Mr. Graham did. So
Well, I'm not going to limit your time.
thank you. I appreciate it.
I might limit everybody else's time, so we're not here till 4 a.m, but go ahead.
I appreciate that. I want to start by acknowledging that there have been increased problems from homelessness in our neighborhoods, including around the warming center. These stories we're hearing are terrible, and we should all be open to suggestions on how to improve the situation. The spirit in addressing this issue, however, should be working together as partners to address legitimate and serious concerns in the community. Communication with the warming center is key. They can't help address issues if they aren't informed about them. So in terms of folks who haven't communicated with the warming center, my first question would be, have they reached out to the warming center? From what I've been hearing, they have not, for the most part. We should all be clear that we want to be their partners in this work, not their antagonists. Specific individuals engaged in bad behavior in our community should be held accountable, and I know the warming center agrees with that. Hopefully the recent levy for the Kalispell Police Department and a future new county jail will help with that. At the same time, however, we should not assume guilt by association by condemning all homeless due to the actions of a few. And we should not oppose any we should oppose any calls for collective punishment in depriving unsheltered homeless of the services of the warming center due to the actions of a few. The vast majority of the homeless in our community, and at the warming center specifically, are not engaged in disruptive behavior. And it's important to acknowledge that not all crimes and issues in the neighborhood are caused by homeless in the neighborhood who might be utilizing the services of the warming center. But all such incidents are unfortunately likely being blamed on the warming center. In fact, we just received a public comment today from somebody blaming the warming center for homeless activity on 3rd Avenue East, which is nowhere near the homeless center. As Mr. Graham noted, there were homeless problems already existing in the neighborhood prior to the warming center being open. The warming center was approved just after mental health services in the community were cut, and just when housing prices spiked, and soon 2 long-term stay motels were closed in our community. Our homeless population spiked as a result, as did the impacts on our community from the population increase. It is important, however, not to mistake correlation with causation. The neighborhoods around the warming center are not the only part of the city experiencing the impacts of our homelessness crisis. The police call data shows that we have seen an increase in potentially relevant police calls in other specific areas of the city that exceed the equivalent overall citywide increase in such calls, including at and around the library, around Depot Park, and in the Hutton Ranch area. While the warming center area has seen a larger percentage increase in issues, the total number of police calls for incidents that might involve the homeless is less than the equivalent calls received around Depot Park, Woodland Park, the library, the jail, and the Samaritan House. And keep in mind that a chunk of that call volume around the warming center existed before the warming center even opened. So the warming center is not exceptional in the number of potentially relevant police calls received. In fact, such calls are lower than nearly all other areas in the city known for homeless activity. No matter the location, the problem is our homelessness crisis, not the compassionate efforts to try to assist those experiencing homelessness. Ms. Horn, director of the Warming Center, clearly stated during the conditional use permit approval on November 2nd, 2020, that the Warming Center cannot control everything that happens in the neighborhood. That's at the 1 hour, 7 minute, and 54-second mark, if anybody wants to check it. But she vowed to be responsive to the current concerns of neighbors, and I know the Warming Center has made every effort to do so when they are made aware of situations. But we can't have unrealistic expectations of what they can control, and we can't expect that she could have predicted the future at the time of the approval, including the unrelated spike in homelessness in our community. It will take the community working together to address the impacts of homelessness on our community, and we can't place all of the burden of that work on the Warming Center. Speaking of transportation, they couldn't have foreseen that the Eagle Transit would end transit service to the Warming Center. That's something they're trying to deal with now, and I know they're trying to work on solutions to that. So they're trying to address that issue. Though we all wish there wasn't a need for homeless services in our community at all, it is hard to think of a better location in town for the Warming Center than Meridian. It is a commercial street near the food bank and other related services. The Warming Center is in the B1 zoning district, and it is one of the most appropriate locations for such services in our community. Keep in mind that other uses allowed in a B1 zoning district include jails, police stations, bars, clubs, safe houses, group homes, libraries, parks, and the fairground, all of which can potentially result in impacts on the surrounding area, as we can see from some of the existing police call data around such areas elsewhere in the city. We should all work cooperatively, however, to minimize any impacts of locating such services in any particular area. rather than looking to cast blame. The reality is that without the shelter, there would be more people trespassing on private property in the city to loiter, sleep, or to relieve themselves, and the homeless situation in our community would be worse. Some may argue that without the warming center, there would be fewer homeless in the community. But while it is true that some people come to Kalispell from surrounding rural areas for services in the region's largest community and the county seat, and this is true for other services offered like the Social Security office, the hospital, or the DMV, and it is true that an occasional homeless person may briefly be in town after being kicked off the train in Whitefish, these people make up a small number of the homeless population using services in the community. The Warming Center has conducted a survey and confirmed that 94% of their clients are locals or have a direct connection to the valley, such as having family here, having lived here previously, or having come for a job. The idea that the homeless problem we are experiencing in our community are the result of people traveling here from other urban centers to take advantage of the Warming Center is false. Most other major communities have their own shelters and related services. No one chooses to come to Northwest Montana to be homeless in negative 20-degree winters. I believe a part of the hostility towards the Warming Center by some is also motivated by the idea that we shouldn't help those on the street who choose to live the homeless, quote, lifestyle. Let's be clear, no one chooses homelessness. The chronically homeless are usually on the street because they have experienced extreme trauma in their lives. They may have severe mental health issues due to this trauma or use drugs to escape the pain from such trauma. Due to their past, they may not trust authority figures trying to help them. They may have criminal records that make it difficult to secure housing. They may have failed so many times in their efforts to get off the streets that they have long since given up. They may even have convinced themselves that they choose homelessness because it's more psychologically tolerable than accepting the extreme shame that comes with becoming homeless and being unable to get off the streets. Or being indoors around people may trigger mental health issues like paranoia and anger that they know they can't control and therefore avoid. But one thing is certain, they are not risking their lives sleeping in sub-zero temperatures because they are just having such a good time. We have to meet people where they are and address their individual past experiences if we are to have any hope of helping them. But dismissing them as choosing to be homeless solves nothing, and it certainly doesn't force them to leave our community. It's important that we as a city be a good partner and be a part of the solution, not simply point fingers and cast blame. So let's review our record on homelessness over the past 5 years. A homeless report in 2020, it is now apparent, established our practice of blaming our nonprofit partners for supposed failures rather than exploring ways that the city can better help our nonprofit partners in achieving success in combating a community crisis. The majority of council passed a number of ordinances that would fall under the definition of, quote, criminalization of homelessness, that at best only pushes homeless problems to elsewhere in the community. While holding people responsible for criminal activity is important, research and experience across the country over the past 40 years has shown that law enforcement approach to addressing homeless issues won't solve our problems. A fine for somebody who can't afford to pay it offers no deterrent. A short stint in jail for someone living on the streets is an upgrade since it's a warm place to sleep at night. Indeed, some homeless may commit petty crimes just to obtain shelter for the night. There was a good proposal for a meeting between Kalispell, Whitefish, and Columbia Falls to explore coordinating efforts to address homelessness, but this meeting never happened for a lack of drafting an agenda. We committed to establishing a homeless advisory committee that nearly a year later still has not been established. It should take weeks to establish an advisory committee, not a year. The bright spots in all of this is that we've increased our housing supply, invested in the co-responder program, helped with some grant applications, and we've approved conditional use permits for the Warming Center and the Samaritan House. But now it seems we are even questioning some of that work. While some may want to keep this discussion focused only on criticizing the Warming Center for the impacts of our homeless crisis, I believe we must explore the only truly effective way to reduce community problems associated with homelessness. And that is by reducing homelessness in the community. There are 3 parts to addressing homelessness. We must, with our nonprofit partners, number 1, prevent people from becoming homeless in the first place. That can include emergency rent assistance, building new and preserving existing affordable housing units, and advancing tenant rights ordinance if the state legislature would allow that. 2, quickly help stabilize people who become homeless. That's the coordinated entry system that is run by our local nonprofits. That's shelters, including the warming shelter. That's transitional housing and providing health services like mental health and drug addiction services. And hopefully new state mental health funding coming into the community in the coming years will help better address behavioral health issues in the community. 3, move people out of homelessness. This is the Housing First model that I've spoken about that includes permanently supportive housing through which people have wraparound services such as drug and addiction and mental health services on site with their housing. It's been mentioned that there are critiques of the Housing First model. Of course, there are always critiques of any idea. But homelessness experts and presidential administrations from both parties, starting with the George W. Bush administration, have endorsed Housing First as the best solution to homelessness, and cities like Houston have had real success implementing it, reducing homelessness in Houston by 68% using the Housing First approach. And this approach is cheaper than the cost of law enforcement and emergency room responses to people living on the streets. That is the 3-prong approach that is needed. How can the city better plug in to help our nonprofit partners in implementing it? The Warming Center emailed council last year with a list of things other Montana communities are doing to try and help with solutions to homelessness. But there has been no work session to explore those ideas. In fact, we have never had a work session to specifically explore ways we as a city can proactively do more to help our nonprofit partners. I know everyone on council has good intentions and are just trying to address serious and difficult issues in our community from their own perspective. But rather than point fingers and cast blame, we should be looking in the mirror at what more we could be doing to tap the expertise of our great local nonprofits to help implement positive, proactive solutions to this problem. We can start by establishing the Homeless Advisory Committee and tasking them with developing a plan for how the city can best assist our nonprofit partners in tackling our homelessness crisis. We can also invite our nonprofit partners to help us in developing the agenda for that meeting with Whitefish Columbia Falls. I believe we can get on the right track on this issue, and I hope today is the start of moving in that direction. And I do want to close, given the tenure of this meeting, by thanking the Warming Center for their work in our community. It is very difficult but heroic work, and they are saving lives every winter in our community. They are full every night and turning people away that they are open, which is a testament to the tremendous need for their services in our community. So we should all be thankful we have them in our community doing this important work. Thank you.
Okay. You'll get your time to talk, so please relax. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Hunter. Other discussion, comments on points made? Mr. Nunnally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Sid, everyone so far. I think everyone's got some good points. You brought up the fairgrounds. It's near and dear to my heart, as most of you in this room probably know. And if you remember, a little over a year ago, we were in serious shape. Yes, we were experiencing needles being left behind where our kids in our neighborhood, in our community, come and participate 207 times this last year with 4-H coming to the fairgrounds with young kids. Today, when I was leaving the fairgrounds, there was a young girl with her puppy dog running out through the same field where there are needles that we try to clean up all the time, human feces. And I do hear from the neighbors. And I have reached out to the Warming Center and been told, well, there's really nothing we can do. So when I hear folks say, well, warming center's never heard anything. I'm just bullshit. So I'm just going to sit here right now and
Do you have a suggestion, Mr. Nelly, of what they could do to help?
yeah, I think certainly when somebody does approach them and asks for that help, to help.
In
Be a
what way?
voice, right? Talk to them. Don't just shun them. Because I received phone calls today from folks that said they want a voice, they want to come talk, but they are afraid of being shunned because of what they're seeing on their doorsteps and in their house, where they put their life, blood, sweat, and tears into their property. You know, at the fairgrounds, we had to take drastic measures, right? Some here may not know this. Fairgrounds nationwide, North America wide, Canada, if you're a camper and you are moving through a community, camping, and you need a place to stop, fairgrounds are those places. And sadly, we had to go to a no camping model. I had to lock gates. I had to train my staff in Narcan use. I have a ticket booth that has been destroyed by the smell of methamphetamine and heroin use in it. The side of that building has human feces all down the side of it. I have an announcer's booth that was broken into. And if there is one thing last year, in that announcer's booth, where there is no heat, after being removed from the warming center, I found a gentleman who was so inebriated he could not walk. I lost my temper with him, right? And I called KPD, and our fine officers in blue came out as quick as they could. We took 2 dumpster loads out of our announcer's booth of trash that we should never have to deal with. But in doing that, I found a backpack, and in that backpack was some AA books, was a Bible, some family notes. I couldn't throw it away. And a few months later, I got a phone call from KPD. Sam, you remember Guilford? Yeah, I remember Guilford. Because he was so inebriated, he could hardly walk off the fairgrounds. Walking across the parking lot, he had to use the restroom, just dropped everything right there. I remember Guilford. I remember his girlfriend, and I remember his girlfriend's boyfriend, who was also staying in that announcer's booth. KPD officer said, Guilford is at Super One. And were you able to save anything out of that booth? And I said, I saved one thing. I saved that backpack. And I went and met Guilford at Super One. And he came up in tears to give me a handshake. Because what I did was something that nobody else had done for him. And that was to give him the honest truth. You have got to stop this crap. And he came up and he said because of that, he went into treatment. I almost didn't recognize Guilford when I took him his backpack back. So when you ask what are things that we can do as a community, it's those things. Mm-hmm. We can go and be the hard truth, the hard fact, right? It's easy to have a big, giant heart, that makes yourself feel good, but it doesn't help them. And I have taken that away as my experience of working at the fairgrounds, that I've had to have those hard discussions with them. And it's sad when I'm told there's nothing we can do on the other end. So I didn't want to go all down that path, but
That's good.
I just had to say it.
That's a powerful story. And I would say the Warming Center is full of stories like that, of turning people's lives around, having hard conversations, working with them, and I'm glad you were there for them. And that's the connection that helps folks. And I think what the Warming Center is doing is trying to have those connections as well. And, you know, what you've experienced at the fairgrounds is terrible, right? Nobody wants that. It's horrible. We all want that to end, and I'm sorry you have to experience that. I would argue that we are seeing those impacts citywide, again, to my comments, because of the increase in the crisis in our community. Yes, I mean, a shelter, there's going to be more homeless people around in shelter. So what's the solution? No shelters in our community? We're going to have a bigger problem. I guarantee it. You will have a bigger problem if we do away with shelters in our community. Okay? So the question is, if we're going to have shelters, then where should they go? I think this is an appropriate location. Now, if there's a suggestion, like, you know, I'm all for, you know, I'm having a problem, I want more dialogue. Okay, let's do that. I'm guessing the Warming Center, especially coming out of this meeting, is going to redouble their efforts. Everything I hear from them, they are making every effort, you know, but we also have to understand they don't have mind control of these people. They can't control their every behavior once they step off the property. And I understand that, you know, there was a rosier understanding of what would happen, you know, at the beginning. And unfortunately, the situation in our city got a lot worse. Citywide, not their fault, citywide. And so a lot of those predictions didn't turn out. But, you know, we can't expect them to have mind control over these people everywhere they go in the city. It's unrealistic.
Okay, Ryan. Where in any of this discussion did anybody go and say anything about closing any of the other shelters down? That was never mentioned. And the thing is you have the Samaritan House right next to a school, and we don't have problems with it.
There's higher call volume for the area around the Samaritan House than the area around the
We just did a conditional use permit where the neighborhood came in. They did not have a problem with the conditional use permit for, you know, that development that they're going to be doing. So I see a difference. But the thing is I wanted to address, you know, what you're talking about. And I've kind of done what I can to avoid this because I don't want to talk about this really, but there is it feels like a culture of dismissing people's concerns. I came here when I started this. I spoke what people had told me. It was not easy to do. And I find on Facebook them calling me a mudslayer. It's that attitude. It's that attitude that goes and stops people from going and addressing their problems. We have emails where they're going through and saying we don't want to promote, you know, talking about we don't want to fuel anybody's agendas. Like it's an agenda to go through and say we need our neighborhood to be clean. We just got an email from a volunteer at the Warming Center calling, you know, some of the businesses there that this is short-sighted, going through and looking at what we're doing here, short-sighted, even for some of the most self-centered businesses. This stuff has got to stop. This is why I went through and I said, it's okay for people to go and have their feelings about this. And they should be able to go to that front door of the warming center and say, I've got a problem. Or Tanya, like it says in here, should be going to the neighbors around there asking, how are you doing? Or somebody, I don't know if it's her or not, but somebody.
You communicate with the neighbors.
A phone number is supposed to be out there.
It is.
I've talked to an individual, he's like, I just stopped. I stopped going through and saying anything because nothing happens. If it's a one-time thing, they'll try to do something, but then the person will move like 10 feet down and just stay there. And then at that point, it's like, well, we can't do anything. So I'm not meaning to get mad here, but when I keep hearing about, well, how are we supposed to fix anything if we don't know about it? I think people quit talking to you about it because of how they're treated out in the public when it comes to them having their concerns and their thoughts, and it's like, oh, well, you're so lucky you get to go home to your bed tonight. Well, that's not constructive. Anyhow.
You can't expect the warming center to solve everybody's problem. You know, there was online there was an image of a person, you know, putting their clothes on the bear over at the Gateway Mall, and all this online talk about the warming center, you know, causing all these problems in the community. Warming center looked at the photo. We've never seen that guy in our life. He's never been to the warming center. So I think there's an expectation here. There's a blame here going on towards the warming center, an expectation to solve all the homeless problems in the neighborhood. They can't. It's bigger than them. The problem we have is bigger than the warming center. They can't solve every problem. I know they have plenty of examples where they are communicating with the neighbors and they're, you know, responding to the concerns when they can. But the reality
is,
when
they can. That's not what it was. It's not when they can. We'll get to it when we can. I got to tell you,
it may be an honest response. There is nothing we can do. That may be the truth of it.
That's a huge problem.
Well, that's maybe the truth of it, though.
Ryan, that's a problem.
I agree. It is a problem. It's a problem of our homelessness crisis. I don't think you know
how much of a problem that is.
I do. I acknowledged it. It's a major problem. It's a problem of homelessness in our community. The homelessness crisis. We can't put that burden on the warming center. It's not all their fault. It's not. They can't control the whole situation. It's absurd to expect them. It's unrealistic to expect them to solve all our problems in the community.
So what they told us, was that inflated?
I think it was a rosy expectation of what.
Oh, so I used that and I made a decision based off of a rosy expectation.
That's reality.
Oh my gosh,
right? I mean, you know, listen, we approved a conditional use permit for the silos based on a restaurant that's going to be on top of the silos, and now engineering, it may not happen. Are we going to be talking, or are we going to haul them forward and say, we're looking at your conditional use?
Is that an adverse effect to the neighborhood?
It could be. It could affect, it could affect property values. All right. I mean, if people are expecting that. So, I mean, you could let's look at the conditional use permit for the parking structure in the 8-story housing above. We approved that on the idea that it'd be set back and it's not going to have a visual effect, on the neighborhood. And, what if we're wrong? Are we going to come back and reconsider that conditional use permit because the visual impact of that is not what we expected? I mean, it's just, you can't predict everything at the time of approval. I see the code and I look at, these are approval and denial considerations. You consider it at the time, you make your best judgment. If we start opening up and saying every conditional use permit, if it's not exactly what was said during the application, it's up in the air.
Exactly.
That creates chaos.
Exactly. Ryan, I went on for 10 minutes.
The homeless crisis exploded at the time we were approving them.
Let me get into something else you had mentioned because I alluded to it when I started.
Mr. Graham, I want to go back because some of the comments on numbers.
Okay.
Just over this period of time, looking at all 4 items, trespass, disorderly conduct, welfare check, and criminal mischief. The number of calls at, I'm gonna go to Samaritan House, it's an increase of 500. Increase at Warming Center, increased 600. So let's be accurate when we're representing the numbers and what changes there are. Because you said it's less than all these other areas. When I'm looking, it's at Tree Line, 500 increase. Samaritan increase, 500.
You're looking at the increase. I was talking about the total number.
I'm talking about the increase in the numbers
Yeah.
at these specific locations.
But
Not
those-
percentages, number of increase.
You add it to the total number, those areas are higher than the total number of the Warming Center.
Well, if I look at going from 950 to 1450 versus 700 to 1325.
I don't have the numbers in front of me,
What
but
I'm looking at is, I'm looking at the incident of increase. What's that incident of increase amongst these various areas? So, the other thing I think we can't lose sight with too is, when we approve a conditional use permit, yes, if something isn't working exactly, or it's materially different from what we expected, there is a duty and an obligation that we have to review it. Looking at whether or not there's a restaurant on top of a building or not, I'm sorry, that's immaterial over the whole scope of that project versus the neighboring properties being adversely impacted because, oh, there isn't a restaurant up there. So, and if we want to start talking about values, the question would be, has there been a decrease in valuation of properties in that area versus other areas in town? Did the rate of increase go up when things were escalated? So there's a lot of questions that you can dive in, and it's just how deep do you want to go? The question is, when we look at this, there were certain promises made within that what we're hearing haven't happened. So really, kind of when we look at this issue, the question is, with the conditional use permit, as Mr. Russell said, you got a couple options. Leave it as is. 2, look for amendments. Or 3, rescind. Now, because something's rescinded doesn't mean somebody can't reapply, because I honestly don't feel it's our responsibility to come up with what are their operating procedures going to be, what are they going to do when they listen to the response, when they see the issues that we've seen, when they hear from the public. Maybe a whole new conditional use permit application with ways to address that. It's not really our realm to come up with that. So I just want to kind of frame that back.
so, you know, I guess my objection is part of the whole way this meeting came about. Like, let's have a conversation. What are their operating procedures? What have they done to try and minimize the impacts? Nobody's asked that question before we had this meeting, right? This meeting is, I mean, you know, you talk about their response online. I mean, can you imagine, put yourself in their shoes. They're doing incredibly difficult work. It is taxing. These are the most difficult people in our community to deal with. They've got tremendous problems, and they're the most vulnerable people in our community. And they are operating on a shoestring budget with volunteers, you know, trying to help people that a lot of us have forgotten about, right? And pass on the street. And then they have to deal with a work session saying, you know, there's all these problems in the community and it's your fault. That is a different, that would make me mad, honestly. It's different than going to them and saying, listen, we're having troubles in the neighborhood. What have you been doing, first off? Because you said all this stuff. And then how can we help you be better and do more? That's a different conversation than the one we're having tonight. And that's I think, a lot to the response we're seeing online, that kind of anger. And it's just, we come at it the wrong way. At this
I'm just gonna say that when people were contacting me about the problems that they're having, and when I started asking more questions and everything, I didn't think about going and talking to them. I thought about coming straight to the people that made the decision to do it, and partly because of the dismissal, part of what it is. I wanted to come right to the people that made the decision, say, we've got a problem in this area. We've got a problem in this area, and we need to talk about it and do something about it. So, I mean, Ryan, the thing is everybody in this room has a hard job. I have a hard job. I chose my job. So, I mean, I don't look at it that way. I think you go into that type of profession because you have a heart for it, and I like that. That's fine. But yes, it's hard. So I don't know what to do with that. I'm not going to say sorry. I mean, you chose it.
How can I help? Start with that.
Ryan.
Mr. Fisher.
I don't have a hard job. I'm here to listen to people. We can do this. I really want to hear what the people are seeing, what Mr. Graham and others were hearing. What it would be nice to get some testimony.
We'll get there, Mr. Fisher.
I'm done.
We'll get there. Okay, so typically what we're looking for, though, is a direction where we want to go, because question. So the question is, do we want to take public comment, circle back for another work session to determine a direction? Because I think the public testimony will be important, because we received a ton of emails. So, is there anything else from council? Any other discussion?
I do have one other thing. So, have we addressed anything like this in the past, and what were our actions? I know that zoning laws are really hard to enforce normally, right? Those probably are the condition-less ones, not the ones with conditions. But what can we be expected to do? What are our choices, ranging from like immediately pulling the permit, putting them on a kind of like a probationary period where they have to improve the stats or whatever in the area? I'm just kind of asking, where are we allowed to go from here, and what have we done in the past in these sorts of situations?
So council, again, this was a permit granted by the grace and discretion of council. The application signatory identifies that, council has the authority if things were not completed as proposed or represented. Council has that authority to revoke or amend. And so that kind of opens it wide open in terms of what council's preference may be if it comes to that finding. What I'd say is you'd want to go through a due process component, and, depending on where we go, if council wants to take public testimony and then come back to see, okay, do we think that there's been that adverse impact that goes against what we were presented in the application process? Then what I would recommend is council set up a specific hearing related to what those concerns are, so that the warming center itself will respond to. It'd be a quasi-judicial hearing related to those components. Council would have that hearing and then determine if they wanted to look at anything within the conditional use permit itself.
As part of that, would part of that include a public hearing prior?
So again, that's where I just said if council wants to take public comment prior to.
I mean, we've taken a lot of public comment already, and we're going to hear a bunch tonight, I'm sure.
Yeah, basically, I look at it as any other due process component is, you have the initial concerns that are expressed. So you have that discussion. Is there enough to actually investigate this further and have the individual party respond to what those concerns are in that official formal component? And then you set up a specific time for that. If you want to take public comment and public hearing to further that or to look to dispel that before setting up that specific hearing related to the warming center responding to those concerns, council certainly has that ability to do that.
All right, thanks.
So, Your Honor, were you saying that you were wanting to take public comment and then sit on this and come back for another?
That would be the question. I mean, I'm looking for direction from the council. Do we want to take public comment tonight? Formulate from that, come back, have another work session to determine, is there further action we need to take? What would that look like? Establish that parameter, and then work with Mr. Russell to get notice out on that.
Yeah, and what he's saying, it would be, that general direction of we would like to look at those concerns in a formal setting, which would essentially be a hearing with the warming center itself. It wouldn't be open for public comment during that portion of the meeting because that is be a specific action related to their application. Because you want to keep it confined within there. You don't want it to expand outside of that discussion point. Now, that's not to say that after that hearing ended, that there wouldn't be public comment following it. But in terms of that hearing itself, under a due process component, that would be my recommendation. And John, feel free if you feel something different.
So to be clear, are you meaning public hearing or another work session?
I think we'd have a work session to determine the parameters. If we take public
Okay.
comment, now here's we're at a fork in the road. Do we move forward and say, yes, we want to have a hearing? What are the parameters of the hearing? Let's move forward with that and we can take public comment tonight. Or do we say we want to have public comment tonight to add that into our decision-making process so
Got
we
it.
have another work session,
Right.
we can develop the framework, if any, about what we want to do to have a hearing on the issues that come forward, that have been brought forward and that may come forward again tonight.
What do you want?
I'm comfortable here from the people and go from there and do another work session and, work through the process. General consensus, do that?
I would just say, I want to take the conditional use permit off the table. I think I definitely want to hear public comment, but, the
Mr.
solution
Hunter,
to
the whole point is the conditional use permit. That is the point, and that's where I want, I understand your
we
point.
can have a conversation with the warming
Yeah,
center
go ahead,
without
Mr.
talking
Russell.
about the conditional use permit.
I feel, again, an obligation to bring this up. And this is something that's emerged. And there's a legal liability under a conditional use permit for the neighborhood. And to say you're going to ignore it puts council at risk. It's called state-created danger. And at certain parameters, they are the government's affirmative action created or exposed to an actual particularized danger that they would not otherwise have faced. Council has approved a conditional use permit that has an affirmative action. Injury suffered was foreseeable. If we see information that suggests that this injury could occur in the future because it's occurred up to a certain point, you meet that condition. Third one is if the government was deliberately indifferent to the known danger. So those three conditions are what creates a state created danger claim. And to say we don't want to even consider the conditional use permit, I think would be deliberately indifferent. So I would recommend not just saying, it doesn't mean you ever have to go anywhere with it, but to take it off the table immediately and say we're not going to consider it, I think exposes the council and the city to liability under that specific claim.
I appreciate getting that citation. I'll look at it, after the meeting and go through each of those points. Personally, as I assess the problem and kind of how we got here, it's not pertaining to the conditional use permit, in my opinion. So, but we can.
Appreciate your opinion, but we'll hear. So at this point in time, we're going to open the meeting for public comments. Given the large number of people that want to make comment, I'm going to ask that please keep your comments as brief as we can to get your comments out. If you send us an email, please don't just reread your email to us. Hit your high points and refer to your email so we can look that up and grab that again. Just to keep this, because we have a lot of people, and trust me, when I say this room is full, we normally have 2 or 3 people coming, give comment. So, and Mr. Smith, this is not a governor's race thing, so. Oh, that one?
Yes.
Is it,
Oh, so we have to.
Yes.
is it, can you turn it on, Erica? Button, red light on?
Red, am I on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Erica Woodala. I work for the NMAR, Northwest Montana Association of Realtors. I'd like to cede my time to the Executive Director of the Warming Center or a member of her board to come speak first and kind of, I know she was at the back of the room and I could be first, so I'm going to let her come to the podium.
I'm a member of the board of directors. Here we go. Your mark?
My name's Stephen Snipstead, and thank you for holding this work session. I'm speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Flathead Warming Center. I've been a pastor of a Faith Lutheran Church, which is 5 blocks from the Warming Center, and I live 6 blocks from the Warming Center. I've been there for 37 years. I've also been a volunteer chaplain with the KPD and KFD for 25 years. And that's where I first got involved, or first heard about the Warming Center. It was a comment by a former police officer, a discussion he mentioned that our city needed a wet intake center, which was, I didn't know what that was. And I found out later what that was is a place where you can take someone who's intoxicated but who has not committed a crime and then get them off the streets. And so that was the catalyst for me getting involved in the Flathead Warming Center initially. And so we do want to keep people from freezing to death. We do want to provide resources to get them out of homelessness, but we also really want to serve our city and be an asset to our community. And in the years I've spent serving on the board, I've come to realize how complex and difficult it is, this homeless challenge that's facing our city. But I'm here tonight to just reiterate the commitment of the Flathead Warming Center Board of Directors and its staff to work with the City Council and law enforcement and every other willing agency and organization to address these problems. We want to work together. We're willing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snipstead. Let's, okay, I appreciate the applause, but let's.
City Council, I thank you for the time. I am a neighbor of Steve Snipstead's. I only live 3 blocks from the Warming Center. I have, as Chad said, put my blood, sweat, tears, and equity into my house for 20 plus years. My wife runs a business out of that. Until 5 years ago, I never felt unsafe leaving my wife at our business in our house. I now have cameras everywhere. I now pick up cigarette butts, alcohol bottles, diapers, all over my neighborhood on a daily or weekly, if not daily basis. That conditional use permit said that it wouldn't affect my neighborhood directly. It has affected my neighborhood directly. My neighbors don't let their kids run around the streets anymore. We can't use the park down the street because it's been destroyed. The other morning I'm going to work. I drive around the corner and here's a lady with 2 dogs on leashes and 2 dogs from 2 homeless men. How you can afford a dog when you're homeless is beyond me. Running at this lady and her 2 dogs, and she's yelling at them, "Stop, stop, stop." My grandkids don't come to my neighborhood anymore. The continual use, I'm not opposed to helping the homeless. Put smaller ones in each of your communities. 3 of the biggest supporters of the warming shelter are huge landowners. Put it on their property. Take it out of my neighborhood because I'm tired of it.
Thank you, sir. Do we get his name?
I'm Valerie McGarvey, Kalispell.
Oh, Valerie, can you hold on 1 second, please?
Sure.
Sir, where you just spoke, Can we get your name real quick, sir?
My name is Daryl Aspig. I live at 211 Liberty Street.
Great. Thank you, sir.
I live on the east side of Kalispell, near the library. So I have also seen effects of homelessness in my neighborhood. It's not just in one area. But I just want to, I think I'm going to curtail my comments, but one of the things I wanted to say that really on my heart tonight is on January 23, 2023, I was in this room at a heavily attended city council meeting, listening in growing despair as people from my hometown said some of the ugliest things I have ever heard about homeless folks in our town. Unhoused people in our community were called animals. Calls were made to bust them out of town, and worse. As I walked home, I said to myself, someone's going to die. By the next summer, a homeless man had been beaten to death by a housed member of our community. My caution to tonight, and last week we had, as you called, very civil dialogue. Violence rhetoric can lead to actual violence. So I'm just praying and asking my community not to give over to our worst impulses and words. Please be careful with your words. The cause of homelessness in our community includes a housing market that exploded in 2020, resulting in major shortage of affordable housing, the disappearing available in our community for mental health and drug addiction treatment, and of course our outrageous property taxes, which will continue to be a real hardship on many people in this area. It's a very complex issue. I don't have on rose-colored glasses. My car has been, things have happened in my neighborhood too. I walk past a whole coterie of people sleeping on the streets. We get to the library from my house, I go past Central Christian Church. I'm not saying it isn't there. It is there. I think that I would like to echo what Ryan said. The helpers are here. I would really urge this council to work with the helpers. I'm glad you're taking that idea under consideration. Talk to the nonprofits who are actually doing the work and listen to the people who have been affected. Of course, I would not want to disavow their voices. But the moral test of government, this is a quote from Hubert Humphrey, who was a vice president of our country. Moral test of government is how that government treats those who are in the dawn of life, the children, those who are in the twilight of life, the elderly, and those who are in the shadows of life, the sick, the needy, and the handicapped. As in the most vulnerable among us, we have an opportunity here to come together as a community and hold the value together that we care for our neighbors, or we can cast them aside and let them sink. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGarvey.
Walter Roundtree, 22 Fifth Avenue East, 3 minutes. So as I mentioned last Monday, I read scientific papers in the journals, makes me a bit of a data wonk, and yes, I am as fun to be around as that makes me sound. Mr. Dowd, you let slip that you are trained in the statistical sciences. I am so sorry. For the rest of you, it was stated earlier that the citywide numbers are a control. They are not a control, they are an aggregation of data from the four sections of the city. If you treat the citywide data as a control, you will be drawing incorrect conclusions. It was also stated earlier that showed a heat map of the calls before the warming center and after the warming center. Making the statement in that way implies that the data can be queried for a specific question vis-a-vis the warming center. As people got up here and talk, so that statement, it contained an assumption in it. As people get up here and talk and make their heartfelt statements, I want you to be aware of the assumptions that they have behind there. So let's talk about what we can learn from the data. You have to be very careful as policymakers to not listen to what the data is telling you to do. That may sound strange, but I'd like to give you an example. Data is important, informative, and useful, but it does not tell you what to do. So if you look at page 22 and page 23 of the packet, that's the heat map around Woodland Park, half a mile. If you look at that data and you ask that data, what should we do? It's very obvious that the thing to do is to shut down the 2 grocery stores and the ice rink. So it's like asking a 3-year-old what you ought to do. You will get an answer. If you ask the data a question, it will give you an answer, but you have to be very careful about what question you're asking. 3-year-olds and data. Okay, the data does not tell you what to do. All right, so I'm going to skip the next part because I'm a little low on time. Stop. Okay, so the data doesn't tell you what to do with the warming center. Maybe it tells you something about the warming center. So I'd like to suggest a strategy that all of you can use to parse out what the data in the packet tells you. Pretend you're in an alternative reality where everything is exactly the same except there was no and is no warming center. Look at the data and ask it what the data is telling you in the absence of a warming center. After that, add the warming center back in, and here's the important part. Ask yourself what the presence of the warming center, how the presence of the warming center changes the conclusion you just came to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roundtree. And I appreciate that you bring your own clock every time.
Turn it off.
I know, it's.
My name is Ray Young. I'm an employee of the Warming Center. I am definitely not going to give you data because that is not my strong suit. I have a different story. I spent 13 years as a deputy sheriff here in Flathead County, and I left in 2013. And about 2 years later, I went into a pretty active opiate addiction that led me to some horrible places, in and out of the DOC in handcuffs. I've been clean and sober now for just over 2 years. And I started working at the Warming Center, and I had my thoughts on what maybe homelessness was from in law enforcement. And it's been nothing like I thought. The Warming Center, I spend hours there a week. I work 37 and a half hours a week there. I spend a lot of time sitting and talking to people doing the same thing Sam did, and I know he's got a big heart and he's a good man. And I've seen people go to treatment because I give them the harsh reality of what's going to happen if you don't change your life. And not everybody there's an addict. There's a bunch of mental health patients there that I don't know how they could hold a job, and there's nowhere else for them to go. We can't just leave people like that to freeze on the street. It's a mental health issue. I can tell you we stick to the rules very hard. I've personally seen it, and I've also personally done it. If someone's loitering on a neighbor's property and they show up at the Warming Center and we know about it, they're told to leave. And that's trying to be a good neighbor, because the people that are at the Warming Center, the ones that stay there regularly, a lot of them have jobs. I've seen a lot of them get housing and better their lives. And the ones that are out on the streets and aren't welcome at the Warming Center, it's because they didn't want to respect the rules there. They didn't want to respect the community, and they were asked to leave. What's the solution to that for those people? I guess I don't know. That's where we as a community need to come together and find that solution. But I can tell you, as an employee of the Warming Center and a past in law enforcement and a past where the only reason I wasn't homeless is because of people that cared about me, kept believing in me and encouraged me. And I think a lot of the people in the homeless community also need that. You know, the opposite of all that is connection. I absolutely have empathy for anybody here who's experienced crime. I know I have some differing opinions from some people here that I'm pretty close to and I really care for. There is crime everywhere, and homelessness has boomed up. You talked about not recognizing some of the faces of homeless. I'm third generation right here. I can't go to the grocery store and recognize anybody. It's not just homeless moving in, a lot of people are moving in. We may be a low barrier shelter, but we are not a low standard shelter. So I'd like to see everybody come together and let's think what we can do moving forward and solutions to this. Shutting the Warming Center down is not going to solve anything. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Brester. My business address is 860 North Meridian. I've owned a small business in Kalispell for almost 28 years. I've been in my current location for over 13 years, directly across from the Flathead Warming Center. I'm not here tonight to say I have solutions to the homeless situation in our community. I'm here to share how it has affected me and my business. I'm the sole proprietor and I work alone in my salon. Twice daily, I feel most vulnerable when walking from my car to the door and then back again when my workday is done. While inside my business, the door is locked and deadbolted. When clients arrive, I let them in and then lock and deadbolt the door again. I ask each client if it's okay to keep the door locked for our safety, with 100% of the time hearing yes as the answer. I know that this goes against the OSHA rule stating that the doors should remain unlocked during business hours. And that is the rule that I break, and here is why. These are just a few examples of what I see out my window as I work at 10 hours a day. Individuals trying the doors of my locked vehicle and peering into the windows. Men actively using drugs on the curb beside my car. Individuals trying my locked business doors who I guarantee weren't wanting to make an appointment with me. I've been approached while shoveling outside my business, which startled and frightened me. I saw a man sleeping in a sleeping bag for hours behind the curb in our parking lot. The owner of the business next to mine confronted a man drinking something from a brown paper sack while sitting by our dumpster before he went across to the warming center. What would happen if someone were to come through my door with bad intentions? We are all aware of the rise in break-ins and violent crimes in our community. I realize that most homeless people are not criminals, but we don't know anyone's intentions really. And I don't want to have to live and work in fear. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Tanya Horn, and I am the Executive Director of the Flathead Warming Center. This is very hard for me to come speak because no one came to speak to us before. I'm hearing situations that I had not heard before. I very much would appreciate the opportunity to sit down and talk. Solutions like this will be solved through dialogue, not through accusations. And I have no doubt that every person in this room, whether I agree with you or not agree with you, I have no doubt that every person in this room wants a better Flathead. And that includes us at the Warming Center. And so I first want to ask for that opportunity to speak to you, to go into detail. There is no way with the things that have been said that I could even respond to that in public comment in a time that's fair. We have lots of other people here that would like to speak as well, and I want to hear from them as well. I do have a few things that I do want to say, but I would like the opportunity to be able to address deeper some of the concerns that you have. But there's some especially related to the CUP that I'd like to talk about. I cannot, with each of those points that council has brought up, I'm not going to be able to dive into all of those things. However, we have, I wrote it, and it was like 8 pages long, and I thought, oh, well, that's Mayor Johnson's going to cut me off, that's for sure. So we have printed out our full response. There'll be more because we're hearing more tonight that we didn't have the opportunity to know before. So we have printed that out. We have 50 copies here tonight, but we also will put it on our website, and we will email that to City Council as well. Again, this is going to be solved through dialogue, and it's not going to be me up here with just a few moments to speak. I am going to go over the 3-minute limit, but I'm going to keep it as short as possible. I recognize our neighbors' concerns. Homelessness impacts our community, and when the impacts are near your home or your business, it's very personal, and I get that. I understand that. We recognize this. Everyone's experience is valid and should be heard tonight. As I speak in favor of the Warming Center, our perspective should not be viewed as being in opposition of our neighbors. We are not in opposition of our neighbors. We do not defend anyone who has engaged in criminal activity, and we do not defend criminals. Although we're being blamed for the criminal activity, I've got to tell, because we're being blamed, my heart has to tell you that we're sorry. But I don't know how I can control that. But we're sorry. I don't want anyone in their home or in their business to have to deal with criminal activity. But I think that we are smart enough as a community that we can come together for some answers for it. That is for sure. But, however, we must defend the hundreds, and I mean hundreds, of warming center guests who need our services and who's trying to better their lives. Those are the ones that we need to come together on. Those are the ones that we need to find solutions for. This issue is best, like I said, addressed in dialogue. In our opportunity today, I can't comment on everything. Flathead Warming Services have been publicly questioned. Public claims were made against the Flathead Warming Center, and we cannot effectively respond to that in this time right now. So again, copies, Cammie, raise your hand. Cammie has 50 copies, but we're also going to, because there's probably more than 50 people here, we're also going to put that on our website, and I will email that to the council as well. It's only after the city council announced this work session that the Flathead Warming Center has been made aware of the troubling police calls and data being reviewed tonight. To address the conditional use permit, the CUP standard of a neighbor is 150 feet radius. That is a lot smaller than the half mile that's now the yard post for us. That doesn't mean that I don't care about the neighbors that are beyond 150 feet radius. The notice to neighbors states, you are being sent this notice, this is in the 150 feet, because you are the property owner within 150 feet of the proposed project and will be most directly affected by its development. Please understand, the standard of a half mile of a radius is new to us. The goalpost has been moved. We can't control or manage what happens in a half mile radius of the warming center. This was not a part of our CUP. A half mile radius is impossible standard. When there's a crime, law enforcement is the remedy. The Flathead Warming Center is not a law enforcement agency. We cannot do that work. In contrast, the actual conditions of the CUP are not related to the concerns that was expressed. I was there through that whole process. When you put up that's my shaky handwriting. And I will tell you, I meant every single word. And when I'm given the opportunity to answer those individual questions that I wrote in that CUP, I hope that you will feel more satisfied that I am a person of my integrity and I meant those things. And I can tell you the ways that I've done those things. One thing that might be misunderstood is what you have considered now a neighbor and what we, just based upon that the CUP standard, has considered a neighbor. That's 150 feet. Those are the neighbors that have my phone number. Those are the neighbors that we go and send letters to. Those are the neighbors that if someone is on that property and we know who it is, we tell them that they are not welcome. They forfeit their bed for the night. When you look at our occupancy agreement, that starts with being a good neighbor. But that is to our best ability based upon what we can do. Now, I will say that it was just brought up a little bit ago that I said that there wasn't anything that we could do. The way that I remember that conversation, without directing it towards any council member, because I'm not supposed to, but how I remember that conversation was I was told about an incident, and what I said is, if I don't know who the person is, I can't do anything about it. If I knew who the person was, we definitely can do something about it. But the fairgrounds did not have cameras, and you could not tell me who that person was. However, I invited you and your maintenance person at that time to come over to the warming center to look over our crowd of folks to hopefully be able to identify it. Because if you could have identified that person would not have been allowed in the warming center. A lot of these situations that we're hearing, the crime that's happening or the calls for service that are happening, no one has told me this is this person. Even a picture, we put in our letter to our direct neighbors. Let's call them our direct neighbors. A letter saying, please, you can even take a picture of the individual. If we have a picture of the individual, we are going to act upon that. We are not here to harbor criminals. We work with law enforcement. We have law enforcement come into the warming center. That includes probation and parole come into the warming center to work to find the people that they're looking for. We're not harboring anybody. We have calls. Have you seen this person? Our guests understand we work with law enforcement because we are trying to work with people who are law-abiding citizens. We're not hiding people. We went through what the conditional use permit, the zoning of B1. There are many different uses allowed in B1, and one of the council members brought up those different uses. Some of those uses are bars and some breweries and some of those type of things, and that was brought up at our conditional use permit. We were talking about that. How is this the right fit? That does not mean that it feels the right fit for a neighbor that's dealing with crime. But again, the Flathead Warming Center cannot control all crime. We're getting blamed for crime way across the county. You know, oh, that warming center. The warming center's there. It must be the warming center. That is very, very frustrating to us. We do not serve all homeless individuals. We don't even know all homeless individuals. But I do believe that we are blamed for all homeless individuals. If we had more communication, if we communicated, if I knew who these people were, I'm not interested in serving people who cannot be good neighbors. We meant that. We meant that when we said that. So what has changed? As I look back on writing our application for the CUP, our application reflects that point in time in homeless services. I did not know that when we became established, so many services and opportunities for individuals experiencing homelessness would be gone. At the time of our CUP application, I did not know that law enforcement, the hospital, and other first responders would soon lack the resources that they once had, especially the resources of where to take individuals in crisis. The Flathead Warming Center serves individuals in crisis, and many of those are severely mentally ill. We are a last resort in our community when there are no other options. We save nightly beds for first responder referrals. This is a resource for the entire community. These beds have been utilized over 250 times across the span of a couple of years. The crisis it's just increasingly gotten worse. There have been times that we have been able to safely care for the individuals who are brought to us by first responders. On occasion, we've had to call law enforcement to have a person who was brought to us removed from the warming center. Stating that a lack of appropriate places for people to go to get well is an understatement. When a person's behavior is unsafe, we call law enforcement. Last winter, we tracked 20 individuals. Please remember what I'm saying right now. Last winter, we tracked 20 individuals who we could not serve throughout our community. We were able to track the destruction that these individuals caused throughout our community. Without appropriate places for individuals to go to be held accountable or to go to get well, officers often have no other choice but to move the individuals along, and even to drop individuals off in front of businesses in an effort to move individuals along. We do not blame law enforcement. They should not be blamed for not having the resources for individuals in crisis. This is a community-wide problem, that will take the city's involvement and solutions. Like I said, we have a statement that goes through the 5 different claims, including our statistics as far as how many people are locals and how many people are not locals.
Okay, excuse me, Tanya. Sir, she was the one who filled out the application. I want to hear from her because we had a lot of items directed directly to her. I have a 3-minute limit. I'm granting her grace because of those questions that were specifically pointed to him. Okay, so please let me run the meeting. Thank you. Tanya, please.
Thank you. I want to address claim number 6. The others would be in the full report because I am trying to be respectful of time. But I do think that the Flathead Warming Center deserves a time to respond. Claim number 6 is increased calls for service is attributed to the warming center. We do not know, nor have we served the entire homeless population. We can't serve everybody. We don't know all the homeless community members. Homelessness existed in the neighborhood long before the warming center existed. Council members referred to the fact in our CUP process. Quote, homeless are already there. I can tell you it's there all night long in the fairgrounds. Not all homeless individuals are in the neighborhood for the warming center. There's other reasons that they're there. They were there before we were there. An evaluation of police calls is different from an evaluation of responses and law enforcement accountability for crimes committed. A call for service doesn't mean a crime was committed. A weekly review of the Daily Interlake Records page often illustrates calls for service without a crime. Quote, a man was suspicious of a man looking at rocks on the ground, assumed homeless drug addict, makes passerby suspicious. Quote, people allegedly stood outside a camper in a parking lot, yelling and harassing the occupants of the camper, thinking that they were homeless. One occupant told police that they were in town for a volleyball tournament. These truly go on and on and on and on. In the past year, the community has noted a substantial uptick in hostility and crime towards homeless. Our community has been told that the homeless are not from here. They choose to be homeless. They're only takers here to use us. The warming center is the problem. If we don't help the homeless, they'll just go away. It's not true. Should we be surprised that this narrative makes it less than welcoming the presence of a person appearing to be homeless? Could such a narrative be contributed to an increase in calls? The impact of homelessness is larger than the half-mile radius around the warming center. All of our community deserves the work of the city and the council to address the impact throughout the city, and I believe our homeless community members also need the work of the city and council to focus on solutions. Crime has increased throughout the entire city. Citizens have recently approved a levy to increase law enforcement services throughout our city based on the increase of crime throughout Kalispell. Great efforts has been made to analyze calls for service. However, what were the outcomes of these calls for services? Were crimes committed? How were criminals held accountable by law enforcement? There is certainly crime in the neighborhood. However, our experience tells us that it shouldn't all be contributed to the warming center. It was said that this meeting was not to be called tonight to discuss solutions to homelessness. But my question is, then why are we here? Why is it standing room only? I believe it's because everyone here wants the city to be a part of the solution. I made 4 solutions in the report. I'm not going to go through them right now. I do hope that you'll read the report, and I do look forward to an opportunity to talk more with you later. Removing the warming center's ability to be a resource in our community will only make matters worse. Most nights, we're full with 50 people who can follow our occupancy agreement standards to be in shelter. What would 50 more people on the streets? Would that make it better? Approximately 8,500 times a person laid their head down on a pillow inside the warming center this winter. That is 8,500 times we have taken someone in who would have been on the streets of Kalispell. Homelessness will not just simply go away. Removing resources who work directly with the homeless will not make the impact of homelessness on our community go away. We're open to dialogue. Our door has always been open to council, our neighbors, and the entire community. Come take a tour. Come visit our guests. You might discover a place where you too want to get involved in just one solution here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horn.
Good evening. Our names are John and Anita Lavin. Our address is 111 Drumlin Way, Kalispell. We are here tonight to ask you to not rescind the CUP without due diligence in looking at all the situation. We've been volunteers at the Flathead Warming Center for 2 seasons now and have witnessed how the Flathead Warming Center has positively affected many unhoused guests there. We've been impressed with how the staff inform and hold accountable guests in respect to appropriate behavior. Even more impressive has been our observations of the guests there that hold each other accountable and encourage each other to be good neighbors, to be appropriate in their behavior there, and to take care of one another in very positive respects. And also, always sincere appreciation is often voiced by the guests for the resources and the safety that the Flathead Warming Center provides. So we ask you to really consider seriously to not rescind the CUP so that we are not giving up on these people. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to switch things up for 1 second because I see some people leaving with time in that. One of the things I think is really important, Ms. Horn, and I know you want to hear it, and people from the Warming Center want to hear it, is the concerns of the neighbors that you haven't heard yet, that haven't felt like they've been able to have their voice heard. So what I'd like to do is prioritize them through the meeting with public comment and then move to the individuals from the Warming Center, because I want to make sure that we get those voices heard while we're here. So that's where I want to proceed. So please, if you're a neighbor with issues, with items to point out, please provide your comments so that everybody can hear that.
I can't believe I'm here because I am an introvert. I don't speak in public.
Ma'am, can you
yes?
pull the microphone? Thank you.
This is, my name is Sherry Tinseth. I'm at 750 North Meridian. I am a stone's throw away from that place. I went to a meeting and spoke with Ms. Horn. We were told lots of things. I, from the beginning, was concerned about it. I feel that there are more people affected negatively, more risk in that neighborhood because of this place than are actually being helped. And I'm just looking at my notes here. The children walking from school, just people that want to ride their bikes to work or whatever. People working and living in that neighborhood are very negatively affected by this. Being afraid to work in my office at night, because I do know there are people that are rejected from the warming center. And at certain times of the year, the way our business works, we are working, 10, 15 hours a day at certain times. So we've had people poop on our entryway to the office. That was one of the questions I was asking, and I have called you, and I've been treated as if I was the only one.
Ms. Tinseth,
And
address us.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're doing fine.
I have been treated as if I am, when I see people loitering, and I'm sorry, I'm getting my adrenaline, because No, I have called multiple times. I gave up on calling. She told me to call 911. I've had people sitting on my property, drinking straight vodka with mucus and everything coming out of their nose. I've had people come in and accuse me of getting rid of their stuff because they left it on my property, and I'm not going to be a place for them to stash all their garbage that they think they need to keep forever. We've had to remove our steps because they would sit there and use our electricity, and who knows what happens when we're not there. We've called 911 because they come and loiter on we have an overhang. And, you know, there was a young family man killed by a homeless man. If we want to talk about that, the gym manager, his widow and children are without him because of that. And that gym is within walking distance. We've had another person angry because we had a sand bucket for keeping the snow and ice off the driveway. And he came in, someone stole it. Little did we know that his pharmaceuticals were in that bucket, and he was upset about that. I mean, the list is endless that I could go on. I did just recently speak with someone else here who said she has called repeatedly and not gotten any help or response from Tanya Horn. And I guess that's pretty much all I wanted to say. You know, this is not a helpful situation for more people than it is to help them. It's a long story short.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Shayna Wickline at 140 West Oregon Street. I might be breaking the rules. I'm dual. I work at the Warming Center for 4 seasons. I also live in the neighborhood. I'm just going to start with my experience in the neighborhood. I had a couple run out of gas in front of my house in a van. They were outside acting strange when I was on the way to pick up my kids from school. I called the police to report due to the behavior in the neighborhood, and kids would be walking home from school. My husband waited outside and watched while I was gone and let me know when I returned that they had left the van. I called dispatch back to say we did not need anyone. They had left. And she stated an officer had come out, but my husband never saw an officer approach the van. While I was still on the phone with them, the gentleman returned acting very erratic outside the van. She let me know that she would have an officer call me. He later reached out with a very demeaning tone to let me know he checked on them, and he knew the driver, and he was very mentally ill and was not on drugs. And the man said he had someone coming to get gas and he would be gone shortly. This is at 3 p.m. So I mentioned, hold on. Oh, I mentioned to the neighbor, even I should be able to call if there is a mentally ill person acting erratic outside my house. I should feel that someone should come and do something for that, especially with kids walking around. So with police officers unable to do anything, we spent the evening watching out our windows until 8 p.m. At this time, I brought him gas so my family could sleep easy. This felt risky as I watched his erratic behavior for 4 hours now. And the police officer also described him as very mentally ill. So I also did not want to give him gas because he was going to be on the streets. That's unsafe also, but I wanted to go to bed that night. So the driver was on the jail roster the next morning, a DUI, fleeing an accident, operating a vehicle without a permit displayed, and theft. All things could have been avoided if someone would have been able to do something. These two individuals are not homeless. They were actually only 20-year-old kids making poor choices. So I'd just like to say it's not the homeless in our neighborhoods, it's the lack of community, it's the lack of resources. The resources we have are few, they are stretched, and they are tired. The Warming Center makes it easier for resources to reach people in our community struggling. It also brings peace of mind to families who are unable to provide help to know that their family is in a safe place that night. Many of our guests are there because we are their last resort. The lack of mental health services, proper treatment centers, and affordable housing makes us reach capacity many nights. We make being a good neighbor our top priority. I've heard many misconceptions from our community about what we do at the Warming Center, blasting us on social media. But we are not here to cause harm to anybody. People come into the center for a safe place. They strive to provide a better life for people in crisis that are struggling. So please come in and see what we do before considering pulling our permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sonny Mazzullo. I live at 1330 6th Ave East. I'm a volunteer at the Warming Center, and since the conversation was grounded a lot in the phone calls that are coming to the Warming Center, I believe it was like 111 are been directed there. I just want to share my experience. I have been at the Warming Center a couple times when the police have been called and a guest had to be removed. Thank you to the Kalispell Police Department. They've always been a helpful partner. And I just want to share that the staff at the Warming Center, the other guests, did a whole lot to de-escalate those situations and help take a person that would otherwise have been on the street. They were there, they couldn't stay there, but they helped make the situation better and de-escalate what would have been a far worse situation if that person had just been out on the street. So since calls have been such a focus, I just want to make sure that it was heard that the Warming Center does a lot to help de-escalate those situations when they come up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I will, actually. I'm a business owner. Come on, ladies, no, come on.
I'm business and a neighbor. I'm not 150 feet away, but. So my name is Rose Askvig. I live at 211 Liberty Street. Oh, sorry. My name is Rose Askvig, and I live at 211 Liberty Street. And I also have a business out of my home. And this has affected me greatly. I've had to change my hours. I have to walk people back and forth to their car. I've had to lock my door with people coming by. I've had people take their clothes off in my driveway. I've had somebody knifed under my tree. I've had drug use around the corner. People are afraid. I've lost a lot of customers over this. If it continues and the Warming Center's not shut down, I may have to close my business. I have been told by KPD officers to try and conduct business through my, window like a drive-through. I can't do that. I have fittings. I have people that come in and out. I have a very valid business. I love what I do. This is affecting my job. It's affecting my neighborhood. Our neighbors have to police. We bring packages in. I have to text people. There's hobos in your bushes. You need to chase them out. I can't walk down to the park anymore because transients are coming out from underneath the trees. I'm the one that got chased by the dogs. I can't go on the bypass trails anymore. I have to go across town to go for a walk with my dogs. I carry in and out of my shop. You tell me, where are the safety things? How has this made my neighborhood better? I'm not 150 feet away, but it has directly impacted me. I don't like picking needles up. I don't like picking the trash up. I don't like picking the clothes up. I don't like seeing my good customers who have been customers for over 15 years be scared to death to walk out and get in their car where my mailbox is. It shouldn't happen. It disgusts me to no end. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Lisa. I had no intention on talking today, but I do own a business right on Idaho, 645 West Idaho. Each day during the winter, I would see when the Warming Center would close, I would watch migrate up to Depot Park, and then as they start to get back in line, they would migrate back. So many times I've had to lock my door. They come in. I continue to have them trespassed. I can't say for certain if they're from the Warming Center. That I don't know. But I do know that I own a children's clothing store, and I get there in the mornings early so I can clean up my parking lot. Consistently having people live behind the building. One of the gentlemen actually called Adult Protective Services because I thought that there might be something going on mentally with him, which there is. He goes to the warming center, he showers there, he stays there, and then he comes and he sits right in front of our building all day long. And then he goes back. And now now that the warming center is closed, he's living behind our building. So it's, I don't know what the answer is, but I do know that if it continues the way that it is, I'm gonna have to shut my business down. Because I've actually had customers leave because they're scared. There's babies that come into my store. Like I said, I don't know what the answer is, but something's gotta change. That's all I know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brooke Mason, 35 Appleway Drive, Kalispell. I'm a Montana native. I happen to serve on a neighborhood council in Los Angeles County for 2 years. So there's so much I would love to say tonight, but I promised that I would keep it short and sweet tonight. So this is what I have to share. I'm a volunteer at the warming center. This was my first year working with them. And so this is what I was going to say. I volunteered to serve the homeless in the late 90s as a teenager, and homelessness in this valley is nothing new. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Rebecca Miller, neighborhood dweller in the Warming Center neighborhood. I live within walking distance of the Warming Center. I don't want to diminish anyone's concerns or problems that they've had. Obviously, if there's issues that have been raised, those are issues that we need to address together. However, I do want to let you know that I have a different experience, which doesn't mean people are lying or anything like that, but it's not the Cormac McCarthy, the road that I'm sort of hearing described. I feel perfectly safe in my neighborhood. I'm real close to the Warming Center. I don't know any crime that's happened on my street. Now, I'm not as close as some people, okay? But I feel safe having my kids walk home from school. I feel safe having my kid walk to the bus. I feel safe as I drive past our many houseless neighbors as they exit the warming center and begin a new day out in the cold. The only thing that bothers me and that troubles me is concern for their well-being. I feel a sense of reassurance that these individuals are being cared for, are being known, are being brought into community. This is good for our community's health, our safety, and the well-being of those who are struggling with houselessness. So we need to deal with some of these issues that are occurring. That doesn't mean we need to stop having the warming center. If we don't have the warming center, the issues are only going to be worse. They're going to be so much worse. And then I might be worried in my neighborhood.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, I am Danielle Beretta. I live on 125 Flathead Drive, which is right next to the railroad tracks that a lot of people use to walk back and forth from the warming shelter to Woodland Park and access the trail up above Woodland Park. I resonate with the concerns of the community. I have seen people at Woodland Park who appear to potentially have overdosed while I'm there with my children. I have picked up needles off the street. I have seen numerous people break into the dumpsters behind the U.S. Chef store digging for food to eat. And while I am someone who has not been immune to the effects of homelessness in our community, I want to emphasize the importance of a low barrier shelter in a community like ours. The first time I was ever homeless, I was 4 years old. That was 20 years ago, 20 years before the warming shelter ever existed here. I've been homeless off and on my entire life. I was never helped. There were no resources that kept me here. There was no reason for me to stay here. I had every reason to move away, but it is my love of Montana, my community, and my family that I stayed, and I persevered, and I pushed through the difficulties of not only homelessness, but also addiction, largely caused by the trauma of homelessness. I lived in a tent the summer before my senior year of high school. And I will never forget the isolation and pain that living like that brought upon me. It is terrifying to go into public knowing that people look at you and know you are homeless. That people look at you and know you are vulnerable. And I overcame that before the warming shelter ever came here.
And I wish all the time that I had had the warming shelter as a resource to help me out of that years before I had succumbed to alcohol addiction. I now have 2 little girls. They're beautiful. I'm currently a student at FECC. I have a 4.0, just to brag about myself a little bit. And I am becoming an LCSW, and I'm getting my license to help counsel addicted people. And in all of my studies, the number one thing that has been emphasized to me is the importance of low barrier resources, the importance of more resources. And I know this is a hard thing to ask. Our community is already stretched thin. Our law enforcement is stretched thin. I know that there's no easy answer to this, but the answer is not isolation, it is more community. The antidote to addiction and homelessness is love and community. That is what brought me out of it. That is what has brought the numerous people I see and work with and talk to out of it. I am in a classroom full of absolutely inspiring individuals who have overcome addiction all in their own ways. And the one thing that we can all come to the conclusion to is that sometimes you just need some help. And you just need to know that other people see you and appreciate you and don't expect you to overcome terrible tragedies in your life in the blink of an eye. Things that lead to homelessness do not happen overnight. There has not been one child in school who wrote down to their teacher, "When I grow up, I want to be a homeless meth addict." No one has ever said that. No one has ever wanted it. And to treat people as if they desire it, to turn addiction and homelessness into a moral issue, it is unethical. And I urge you to consider maintaining the permit for the warming shelter. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Excuse me one second, sir. Back over here with the camera. Can I have you move back from behind the council, off the dais thing? Yeah, a little bit further and then you're good. There you go. Because then I can pull the rope and the thing can drop on you. Good, appreciate it, thank you. Okay.
Mayor Johnson, members of the council, thank you for your time here. My name is Matt Vander Ark. I live at 155 3 Mile Drive, which is close to the warming shelter. And I'm standing before you with a dichotomy inside of me because I do think that the warming shelter was a step in the right direction, but I'm actually here to ask you to rescind the CUP. I am a father of 3 children. I have had to go out to my yard and kick off people that were kicked out of the warming shelter off of my property who were sleeping there. I have had to clean up beer cans and cigarette butts. I have had to clean up needles close to my yard. And that's not something that my 1-year-old, 5-year-old, and 9-year-old should ever have to do by themselves. And I'm at the point now where I have to dictate the direction that my kids can ride their bikes, where they can go close to my property, and where I have to go inspect my property before I allow my children to go outside. And I don't feel like that's fair. I'd like to respond to a couple things that were said before you allowed for public comment. The levy for police shouldn't be a justification for approving the CUP that, in my opinion, has been violated. The justification for a new jail will be proof in the pudding if the county commission will ever get their act together. The call load for police calls around areas that have homeless activity is a justification for stricter laws surrounding criminal homeless behavior, not unhoused people, but criminal homeless behavior. There are realistic expectations set before the warming center that have signed their names on the dotted lines. But if they can't hold up to their end, and me and my family have to suffer, then I do not think that you should renew the CUP. I am a person that spent 10 years in public service, and I have toured the warming shelter. And I can tell you, when I tried to bring up some of my concerns, I was shushed by some of their employees. I have tried to contact the warming shelter and have not been directed to anybody that was able to answer my questions. I have met people who have chosen to be homeless in Flathead County, including in negative 20-degree temperatures. They have risked their lives living in sub-zero temperatures, even at the request to bring them elsewhere. When a person violates your rules, you kick them out without considering the 150-foot rule. I have seen this happen where people were kicked out of the warming center without any direction to go, well within their 150-foot rule. The last tour that I was on at the warming center, and I hope that this isn't true anymore, they told me that they were giving needles to drug addicts so that they did not have to use dirty needles anymore. I hope that isn't true anymore, but if it is, the warming center is enabling through the lens of charity. And I would argue that that is not charity, it is enabling. The warming center will not make homelessness go away. I do believe that it was a step in the right direction, and I will continue to believe that, but I do not agree with the low barrier model that the warming center currently has. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me have this time. I'm Lori Holgate, and I live 2 blocks away from the warming center, and I haven't had any problems. Now that I'm legitimately up here, while I was standing there, a thought came to me that closing the warming center thinking these problems are going away is like closing AA thinking alcoholics and addicts are going to go away. It doesn't make sense. However, I'm here for another reason. We have over 100 student nurses who need to have clinical hours in psych. And it sounds like I'm going way out in left field, but I personally have begged places to take my students so they can get their clinical hours and meet the Montana State Board of Nursing and get their license so we can have nurses in Logan and other clinics. The warming center has been gracious enough to fulfill some of those clinical hours. They also go to Pathways, they also go to Greater Valley, they also go to Shepherd's, but that's it. If you guys are not going to make another treatment center, and warming center's not here for over 100 nursing students, I don't know where they're going to get their hours. And that's a whole different problem, and I'm probably going to get rotten tomatoes thrown at me when I sit down. But when Mr. Graham said they thought of everything, I sat there and said, boy, I bet they didn't think about nursing clinical hours because that's a huge issue. And if these nurses go out of town, there's going to be a lot of voters and mom and dads and aunties and uncles and cousins and siblings and stuff who think that we couldn't do our jobs, that we couldn't have enough treatment centers to take care of our psych patients. And that's not true. We can. It just doesn't make sense doing it the way I've heard some of the discussions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Amy. I live at 306 Liberty Street. I have experienced the warming shelter numerous times where they are amazing. I will not lie. Like what this is doing for the homeless people, that is wonderful. Just get it out of our neighborhood because my 5-year-old and my 15-year-old pick up needles. I have had to bust my 15-year-old twice because she went to go clean up dog poop out of my yard, and it was human poop. There was needles. There's different things. There's clothes. There's underwear sitting in my yard. This is ridiculous. My neighbors, thank goodness to my neighbors, we all have cameras pointing to everyone's house so we can keep an eye on all of our doors. I have had shopping carts tipped over with people laying in them in my yard. Where did you come from? The warming shelter kicked me out. I'm on my way to the church. Okay, well, go. I can't. I'm drugged up. They'll literally lay in our driveways, in our yards. This is not okay for our 5-year-olds to be outside. My daughter's 15 years old, and her exact remark today said, Mom, I want to go because I'm so tired of these people having their wingers out in my yard. That is completely true, and I hope you guys, I am sorry for homeless people. I get it. It's not the issue of the homeless people. The warming shelter, the ladies, the gentlemen, they all work there. God's amen to you, like hands down. Just get it out of a neighborhood where there is families. Take it out of town. Take it somewhere where These kids don't have to see this day in and day out, and we don't have to clean up their mess. Because all of us, we're going to end up with some kind of disease from picking up all this stuff. And who's going to help us? Nobody. But everybody steps up to help this warming shelter when it doesn't need to be there. It can be somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Renee Pludet, and I grew up in Flathead Valley. I actually volunteered a large number of hours at the hospital and when I attended Flathead High School. I moved away, brought my family back, and I'm very disappointed in my location. West Oregon Street, my view is Washington Park. It's the traffic way of the homeless leading to the warming shelter. And as a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen of Kalispell, Montana, and more importantly, a resident in close proximity to the warming center, I have first-handedly witnessed patrons of the warming center scaring children that have to use the sidewalks to get to schools that I attended as a child. They should not have to endure that on the way to school. 1 mile from the warming center, the use of local parks, specifically Washington Park, I have witnessed indecent activities such as sex on and under the benches and masturbating on the benches in broad daylight. The play structure, don't let your kids use it. There's feces down the slide at any given time, and there's needles that my oldest son found and a bag of meth that the police had to come remove from the property right outside my door. I have witnessed defecating behind homes and businesses. The carpet store behind there, they take boxes and carpet and squat outside their car and shit in the middle of the day. My kids open the door or the curtains, and that's what they get to see of Kalispell, my hometown where I grew up here. I had so much pride in returning here for this. The patrons of the warming center who frequent through as that main avenue through Washington Park, they leave behind the trash, the needles, and drugs. And I've had to use tax dollars calling local PD several times. They can't do anything. They're literally, their hands are tied, and I used to be a correction officer. I want to join this staff just so I can help the community because this is a problem. It's not going to go away. There's homelessness all across the United States and everywhere right now. We're seeing the worst times all around the world. But in our community, this location of the warming center is a bad place to be. My kids are asking me, Mom, why are they allowed to just sit there and do nothing all day? I have to go to school. You tell me I need to get a job when I get older. Why do they get to do that? It's not a good example for our youth. It's not a great place to live. Witnessing this, and our community deserves better. We, as a community, should pull together. I'm a very compassionate person. I have empathy for people in need. We never judge another person because we may end up there ourselves. Treat our community members with compassion and passion. And together, I hope we can resolve this issue and make sure that our youth, which is the most important part to me, have a good future here.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name's Norma Weckworth, and I live at 661 7th Avenue West North, and that's the main road that parallels the fairgrounds directly to the warming center. I want to go for the record, I'm not against the warming center. It is needed. I agree with the lady before us, it just doesn't belong in our neighborhood. The adverse effect the warming center has on our neighborhood is the garbage, the filth, most importantly, the fairgrounds. The one gentleman said to take the warming center out of the picture with the data. You take that out, it was the fairgrounds. It was Woodland Park. It was the dry bridge over by the fairgrounds. It was everywhere in the community. But now that the warming center is where it is drawing those people directly there. I'm glad to hear that they aren't all accepted because there's not enough room And there are those few bad apples that are making it a negative effect on the warming center. The people, an hour before the warming center is going to open, they're walking down the street, drinking, sitting in the ditch, doing whatever they want. Almost every corner in the neighborhood around Trinity Lutheran, Washington Park, they're all waiting for their turn to get in line to go to the warming center. It's the garbage. And there again, maybe it's not the ones that get to go and have a nice warm bed at night. On the other side of the picture, in the morning, when they're dismissed from the warming center, and I'm not usually 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, I think those people are given a care package. They go right down the alley, drink their little protein drink, their protein bars, whatever the garbage is all down the street, down the alley, right in front of the garbage cans. I guess the main thing I would like is they want respect. We want it in return to our neighborhoods. They're adults. They know how to pick up their litter and this and that. The other adverse effect it has, as Sam said, the neighborhood can't even use the fairgrounds anymore. All the walk-in gates are locked. We can't get in, the people can't get in to walk their dogs. There was actually a track there where there was senior citizens in the neighborhood that would go there and take a daily walk. No way, it's gone. We can't even, and that's there in the neighborhood. I've lived in the neighborhood for over 50 years, and that's taken away because of the warming center and the homeless. Not just the warming center, but it has drawn more of the homeless to that area of the neighborhood because they're seeking help. I have to agree with Mrs. Tenseth when she said, if we're only bedding 50 people, we're only helping 50 people, but look at all the people that it's negatively affecting in our neighborhood. I don't know what the answer is. I'm not going to say to, close it down or move it or whatever, but I'm just hoping that there could be an answer to something.
And I'm Arlene Hamlin, and I live at 655 7th Avenue West North, across from the fairgrounds. And I agree with everything that Norma says, but the only thing that I want to add, I don't even feel safe in my house anymore. We have now ordered to put a fence around our whole yard just to keep people out. I had to put security cameras in because I don't feel safe. And you can see at night, I think it's a cat, but it's not a cat. It's a person going through our house, in our yard, checking out to see what we have. So we have to keep everything back in the garage every night so that it doesn't get stolen or wrecked. That's my input.
I wanted to add one other thing too. I spoke about the care packages that they're given as when they leave. The other thing is the donation of the clothing that they're giving. I think they walk a block away from the warming center and just dump it in the field. Brand new shoes, brand new coats, all this clothing that they were giving, and that's how respectful that they are of those things. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for letting us come up and speak. My name is Kim Shirley. I work and live in the area. I work at 860 North Meridian, which is kitty corner from the warming shelter, and I live on Glacier Street, which is 2 blocks over. I agree we definitely need a low barrier shelter. There's a lot of people that need help, and they need a place to sleep when it's negative 20 out. However, I feel, as the previous lady mentioned, it's concentrated, the homeless in the area. And so those that are not allowed in, thank heavens for their rules and regulations, unfortunately, those that aren't let in are then left to the area. I frequently dump cardboard or trash in the big trash bins where I work. I came one morning, the garbage I had thrown in the trash bin was scooped out and laid on the rocks by the parking lot, and somebody was sleeping there. They went and fished out my garbage to sleep on the garbage in the parking lot. I have witnessed twice people people coming from the warming shelter and have a mental episode, and they're screaming and they're throwing stuff. And I've called the police, and while I was on the phone with the police, somebody actually came to address the mental issue going on. I frequently go to the post office almost every single day to drop off orders that I work on with my little business that I do. And one time I saw a homeless sleeping in the post office area where the employees enter, and now they have a sign up that says no trespassing. It's frustrating because I don't know what to do, and I want to help these people. I'm sure everybody here wants to help these people, but unfortunately, the location has drawn a concentration of them, and it's frustrating not, I guess, being sometimes scared to go out late at night because sometimes I work alone till 1 or 2 a.m. because I'm busy. And then, there's a car parked out there, and clearly they weren't allowed into the warming shelter, and so now they're there. It's just frustrating, and I don't know what needs to be done, but it has created a uncomfortable concentration of kind of scary individuals sometimes, and being a short little woman, sometimes it's scary, like people can overpower me. So, judo chop, but yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's just frustrating that I now have to fear walking to my door. Like my neighbor, she's just a couple doors down from me, said, if you work late at night or early in the morning. So anyhow, thank you for listening to me. Have a good night.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Mary Obermiller, and I've been a good girl. I've been letting the people that live or work in the neighborhood go before me. I hope that that's still the case. I know Mr. Mayor asked that we do that, but I have been standing around for about 45, 50 minutes, and standing in line and standing in, being present from the beginning of the meeting. So I felt like maybe I could get my time in as well. I own a business in downtown Kalispell on the backside of Sykes Grocery and Pharmacy, and I've experienced the homelessness in my neighborhood in my work experience over the last 30-some years. It is scary. I have never had to live that close to a homeless shelter. My only experience is through the work and my late hours of working and my fears of getting out of work late at night. And I had a nice big parking lot. A lot of homeless people would come around to the backside and park their cars and sleep there. And with the help of the Kalispell Police, we were able to find ways to help solve those issues. I am here because I do volunteer down at the warming center. And what I heard tonight was the alternatives that the mayor spoke about, what you could do with the CUP and going forward. And if I'm correct, I heard you say that the three alternatives, and maybe there's more, were to either rescind, draft amendments to it, or do nothing at all. Based on what I've heard tonight and what everybody on both sides of the fence has been saying, I feel that, and I'd strongly urge that the city council consider amendments that help address some of the issues. I'm sure Mr. Russell has explained very well the legalities. Ms. Horn brought up the idea of the legality of what the requirement of the neighborhood area is for them at 150 feet. And so I think that with all these parameters, a lot of people here that are here tonight, the discussion was very well received and very informative. And I would just like to encourage the process where you consider amendments to the CUP and not rescind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Davey. I live in Kalispell, but I guess I'm speaking for Vision Clinic. We are on Meridian Road and have been for a number of years. At the north end from 2005 or 6, we moved to our current location down by the fairgrounds in 2019. I think we submitted a couple of notes, one from a provider, one from our office manager, so I hope you got to read those. I'll try not to go over what's already been submitted. Our mission at the Vision Clinic is to serve our community with kindness and humility, and I think we do that very, very well. I think of times that we have given glasses away for free, we have seen people for free, we have given contacts, we have donated to various organizations. We love our community very much. We know that it's our people that make us, and we love all you guys. So, the warming shelter, though, has definitely had a negative impact, and so I wanted just to stay on topic of that CUP and keep our focus there, because I know that just in my conversations with the doctors and office staff, we all agree something has to happen for the homeless. We care about them. We would never want to see anyone come to harm, but we also care about our patients that come in daily, our staff that have to come to and from, and who have to deal with the people that come into our office who maybe forcibly come in, pound their way in. A couple of instances, we've had one lady in our dumpster, so we went to take out our trash and she was in there. That was very scary. We have had human feces, of course, like others have said. We had a gentleman who came in swearing he was being stalked and he wanted to come in for us for safety, and he was kind of intimidating. We said, no, you can wait outside. And he brandished a tire iron and threatened us. So we called KPD and they did come, but it was really scary when you have a bunch of ladies working there and there's a guy with a tire iron. We've installed a panic button at the front of our office, just because so many of these instances have happened that we don't feel safe. Where we used to, I mean, like I said, we've always been on North Meridian, and we've always felt safe. And now we have a rule. If you have to park at the parking lot behind us at the Three Rivers Bank, you have to have a buddy if it's gotten dark out. So it's just crazy to me that that's something that we have to say now. It shouldn't be that way. That's not the way it's supposed to be. So it's definitely had a negative impact on our staff and our patients, and they know that we are nervous. And that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go ahead. I'll go. Everybody wake up. I just need 2 minutes of your time. I am Tanner Smith. I represent House District 11, which is Lakeside Summer, South Kalispell. I'm also your gubernatorial candidate for this next primary coming up in June. First, thank you all for your service to the city of Kalispell. This is why you guys make the big bucks. Obviously, that's not the case. This council has made tough decisions before. You know, you doubled down when the marijuana dispensaries came into town. You said, nope, we're not having that in city limits. So as policymakers, myself and you included, we need to decide on what's going to be that level in Montana. What's going to be that level in Kalispell? Okay, are we willing to live with X amount of homeless in our society? This is something I dealt with this last legislature with my House Bill 959. Okay, I would encourage you guys to look into that bill. What that would have done was give you some teeth, a law, and you could pass an ordinance about drunken, disorderly, panhandling, soliciting, things like that would get these bad actors off the street. You know, 3 strikes and you're out. I was the original bus ticket guy on the House floor. That's when we had the Albertson 8 that were over here from Spokane or Seattle last year. You know, they were actually badgering my wife when I was carrying that legislation in Helena. You know, some of these bad actors, they need to get out of our state. You know, I want you all to realize that when somebody's operating an NGO, they're taking tax dollars through grants or donations. And once you're in the business of operating an NGO, you're part of the problem. Okay, because when you hire employees, you lease vehicles, you start renting spaces, you're now part of the problem, and you always have to have that carrying capacity of so many homeless people to justify that job. It's something that will never go away because you're always in that business. Just remember that when you guys are deliberating. You know, some things I would like to see as governor, we need to double down with these NGOs. If you're going to operate a homeless shelter, you know, you guys could pass an ordinance where you drug and piss test these residents. Okay, that'll get these bad actors and the people that have the bad outcomes out of the state. You know, the free fentanyl drug needle exchanges, all that stuff needs to go away. You know, if somebody pops positive that stay in one of these residences, I would like to see them lose their 501c3 status. because that's how we're going to start putting curbs and sideboards on these NGOs to get in line. We want to be compassionate. We want to help the folks that need help. But if you're a bad actor that's here panhandling, getting drunk, and badgering our women and children, you need to get out of our state. You know, Mr. Russell kind of lamented to it a little bit. You guys are at a precipice now where things are becoming unsafe. You know, one gal talked about Matt from Fuel Fitness. Those are all bad outcomes that don't happen if we don't have homeless living amongst us. So you guys as policymakers need to just do a gut check and say, what are we willing to live with? You know, I'm not willing to live with one of you guys getting killed by a homeless person that shouldn't be here or that should be in Warm Springs. Okay? You guys need to make that collective decision yourself. I'll leave you with that. You know, you've heard a lot of good testimony tonight, both for and against. You know, revoking this thing is an option, or putting some serious channels on it. You know, we want to help the folks that really want the help, but some of the bad actors need to get, you know, out of our state. So thank you for your consideration. Thanks for hanging in there. Good job, you guys.
Sure.
Hi, my name is Brant Horn. I'm a simple guy. My only claim to fame is I'm married to that young lady right there, Tanya Horn. The reason I'm coming up, I had no intention of speaking tonight, but some things were said that I really can't let go. And Tanya's probably a little worried what I'm going to say. I have her phone. This is the phone. It's been going off for the last 3 hours I've had in my pocket. You know, on our way in, she said, I'm going to leave it in the car. I'm just going to set that aside. But it's something she doesn't do. She doesn't do that. If someone says that they've called this phone or texted this phone and she has not responded to them, I wouldn't believe them. I know I've lived with her for 20 years. Very fortunate to have those 20 years. But that aside, she gets back, Ryan, every text, every phone call. If you've reached out to Tanya Horn on this phone number, she's responded. I don't want anyone to leave this building tonight thinking that Tanya Horn does not respond, does not care. She has dedicated people talk, oh, she works tirelessly, she works really hard, no, none of those cliches, none of that garbage. Every waking moment. We're out on a date, true, not once, not twice, regularly. She gets a text, hey, there's something going on here. Well, I go, whoa, hang on. Tell the waitress I'll order later, and she's on it. Whether someone's parked where they're not supposed to be parked, there's a mess over here, there's trash here. She's on it. Don't think for a minute she isn't. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Nick Emisager. I live at 472 4 Mile Drive here in Kalispell. Lifelong resident of Kalispell, a couple generations, not that that makes me any more qualified to speak. I have spent the last 20 years dealing with folks charged with crimes in this area. I'm the managing attorney for the Public Defender Office. And every morning we go to the jail and we talk to people that have been arrested, usually the night before. There's one thing that I want to talk about that really hasn't been directly addressed, and I think it's one of the probably intervening, superseding causes of what you guys are facing. I've heard a lot of people come up to this podium and talk about extreme behavior, and it's not okay. I mean, what people are talking about is serious, and I appreciate you guys listening. I should also mention I'm on the board of the Warming Center. I'm on the board of the Warming Center because I want to be part of the solution to this extremely difficult problem. And we all need to be part of the solution of this extremely difficult problem. And so thank you for listening, and we look forward to working with you again. But I want to say this. Mental illness is such a huge contributing factor to what we're talking about tonight. And I'll give you a brief history lesson. I'm one of the last guys to speak. No, I'm not. Good. And so it's not going to be a long history lesson. It's going to be very brief. When I started doing this work back in probably 2004, before the Public Defender Office was created as a statewide agency, We had more robust services, behavioral health services, by far than we do today. I used to be able to get people out of jail and into services easily. Now it's almost impossible for me to do that. In 2017, we lost case management services throughout this state, and we were hit particularly hard in this community. What that meant is people that are mentally ill don't get help going to their appointments. They go off of their medication. They decompensate in the community, and they end up in the jail. We have a record number of mentally ill people in the jail. Talk to anybody at the detention center. I'm sure you guys know this. It's extremely frustrating for KPD and law enforcement of all kinds. My heart goes out to those guys. They do really good work, and I appreciate what they do. But here's the deal. 10 years ago, we had 142 petitions to file, right? We all know that we don't have behavioral health services now like we did before. But 10 years ago, in 2014, 142 involuntary commitment petitions were filed. That's what happens when you have people decompensating in the community, creating a huge disruption in the community, being naked, doing things, spitting, doing things that are really dramatic and difficult to deal with. So that were 142 petitions, 142 people that were swept off the street, diverted either to the state hospital or within the community where they could get services. That was back in 2014, right? That was before the explosion in growth that we've experienced. That was before the dissipation of services. But we still have that emergency sort of release valve at the state hospital, right? And so with everything that's happened, you go 10 years later now, what would you expect that number to be? Because we can't help them in the community like we once could. You would expect that number to be like 250 or 300, right? It probably should be. Do you know what that number is this year? In the first 5 months, going back to November, how many involuntary commitment petitions that have been filed? 0. Exactly 0. So what does that mean? We have people decompensating all around us because they're not getting the mental health services that they desperately need. And that's what people are seeing in this community. And I will tell you that the Warming Center has to deal with that too. And it's profoundly sad because I have seen people throughout the course of my career rebound from being in that position, take medications, come back to the community, have a case manager, and be productive citizens. But if you know somebody that has a severe mental illness like bipolar schizophrenia, they don't have insight into their condition. And if they don't have help, they're going to go right back to where they were before. So we can send them to the state hospital. But right now, it's almost impossible to get people to the state hospital. So I want you to consider that. We've got clients that have over 30, count them 30, trespass charges, disorderly conduct charges. They're the same individuals that are appearing again and again. And I promise you, there are multiple calls for every single one of them. Your data is skewed. And I would tell you that it is skewed because of mentally ill people we have in this community, some of whom aren't allowed into the Warming Center because of behavioral issues. And so if you're thinking that's the problem of the Warming Center, I promise you it's not. But please, let's work together. And together we really can. Maybe not solve this problem, but we can make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, good evening. I thought, maybe if I waited long enough, I'd get out of speaking, but that didn't work. So my name's Arthur Fredheim. I am a Kalispell resident. I live at 249th Street East. And I wanted to just thank everyone for being here and, for holding the concerns and everyone who spoke before. I do appreciate that there are a lot of concerns about safety. And I believe those. I believe all the stories that I've heard. And I've had my own experiences these past few years with safety issues. So, for example, I'll just give a couple examples. After the commissioner's letter on homelessness last year, when you had that period between then and the murder that occurred last year, I personally had to deal with people who are going around, I'm not homeless, but who are going around, harassing people that were homeless or perceived as homeless. And I know what it's like to feel unsafe. I know what it's like to feel unsafe in your own home. And it's not something I wish upon anyone. I think a lot of people who have spoken today and at the last work session, really felt, I guess I'd say compassion fatigue. A lot of people have, they've wanted to do what's right and who've just seen the problem get worse and worse. And I think the people react and they say, hey, we should harden our hearts. We don't need to just think about doing what's right. But I think even if we put our emotions aside, I think we need to ask whether the proposal to, get rid of the conditional use permit is actually good. And we need to think about that with our heads. And I think it's very easy because, we all want to have, I think a lot of people, it's tempting to say, hey, the government should do something. And, like some of the earlier people said, it's too bad that you on the council don't have the powers to deal with some stuff directly with mental health and housing, that would address the issue more directly. We can't go back in time. We can't make it so the warming center never existed. If we pull out the conditional use permit, though, if we close the warming center, my question would be, what is most likely to happen? And I think what's most likely to happen is all those people who are currently residents are going to be pushed out onto the streets, full-time onto the streets, because there is simply no capacity at the other shelters to handle them. And we're going to see a lot more of the activity that people have been concerned about tonight. It's just simply a fact that, people who are in the warming center, it is like the lowest tier. I don't think any of us would want to end up in the warming center or would wish somebody to end up in the warming center unless there was no other alternative. And I am aware that there are some movement for having better conditions. I spoke to somebody who wanted to speak in favor. A couple of friends of mine that had to go. They're active in the interfaith movement. They're talking about interventions have been successful elsewhere. But I think for now, the best thing we can do is to keep the conditional use permit. The warming center, it's gone through the things. It has a permit, and it's made its decisions based on the fact that it has that permit. I do understand there's probably going to be more dialogue around this, and that's a good thing. But I'd urge you deeply consider before revoking that permit. And I just wanted to address another thing that's been sort of an unspoken assumption, and that is, people have recognized that not all homeless people are criminals, but I think we've had a sort of a shared, unspoken assumption that all criminals, all people engaged in antisocial activity are homeless. And I can tell you from my personal testimony from my life, that's not true. I've had people who have been, shouting, F-bombs all night, littering, trespassing, every type of activity that's been brought up before you guys, who I knew for a fact were housed. They had apartments, maybe even in some cases houses, and yeah, it's not rational to engage in that behavior, but it's not rational behavior. So I just want to keep that in mind that, a lot of times we attribute that, in the media and in our discussions with each other, we attribute that behavior to homeless people. And it's true, it's more visible with homeless people, but there are people who do drugs, who I've had to clean up litter from and needles from, who I know for a fact are housed. And there are other people who are homeless, not necessarily living at the warming center, but who are homeless, who have jobs, who have cars, who are productive in society, who are active members of the community. And a lot of them, because of the shame, just you would not notice it. Maybe somebody works at one store, sleeps in the parking lot of another, that sort of thing. So I just want to leave with this. I know tonight there's been a lot of frustration. Certainly, I'll try and end my time. And we've gotten a good crowd, and I'm pleased to see how many people are here. A lot of these people have spoken about their concerns, and I think it's good to hear that. But I also wanted to mention I went to the Flathead Dancing with the Stars, and it wasn't overfilling, but it was a much larger room than this one. And I can tell you that those people were all coming, and I was there myself. I'm not an employee or a board member. but we're all coming to support the to support the homeless shelter. And so there are a lot, more than who you see tonight, a lot of people coming to vote with their feet and with their wallets to support that. And I would, urge you to consider that their voices as well. Thank you so much and have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name's Sean Pandina. I live on 5th Avenue West here in Kalispell. I won't take a whole lot of time talking about this. Everybody said a lot of good things tonight. You all have a really tough decision to make. One of the things that jumped out to me, though, that was said tonight was talking about this being a low barrier or a wet shelter. And looking at the other shelters in the area. By the way, I'm running for House District 7, and of all the House districts in the county, this is probably the one with the most homeless. I was at the candidate forum at the Samaritan's house, and Ryan was there as well. And we, sorry, didn't mean to address you straight. Heard a lot of good information there, and there's other shelters in the area that seem to be doing a good job, Ray of Hope, and they're not getting the kind of complaints that this one is. And the main difference that I see is the low barrier aspect of this shelter. There are people in the community that definitely need help. We have homeless here. That's a fact, and they're not going to go away. But to improve the conditions in the neighborhood, it's probably good to look at how are these other ones doing a good job and this one's, seeming to be the center of everything the people that are going to this one happen to be, high and drunk, and the other shelters aren't. So probably that's something to take a look at. I am here for another reason, though. I promised a housed Navy veteran, two of them actually, who live on 248 12th Street West, that I'd speak tonight because, and this is an urgent issue. I'm sorry, it doesn't have anything to do with what you're talking about, but Jonathan is having surgery tomorrow. He is 100% disabled Navy veteran, and where he lives is directly next to Legends Field. Jonathan cannot walk very far at all, and neither can Dustin. They live together. They were in the Navy together. They're best friends, and a sidewalk was put in front of their house, and that made it so they could not park in their driveway anymore. Their driveway was taken away because you cannot legally park across a sidewalk. You can't block a sidewalk. And their setback of their house isn't far enough to park a vehicle, so they park on the street. The problem is, every time Legends Field has an event, they have no parking. And they've even been ticketed. They put up, just starting this year, they started putting up the temporary police cones because the bus parking has been removed. The city used to allow the buses to go back there, but now the buses have to go in front of Legends Field. Anyway, I promised them both that I would make you all aware of this, put it on the record. All of their records are here, including their disability forms. And hopefully maybe you can take a look at this and perhaps just allow them to park in front of their homes since they can't walk. And Jonathan's had surgery today, so he couldn't attend, or he would be here because there isn't really a legislative solution to their problem. He contacted me via email. Is how I even know about this. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. If you want to give that to Amy.
Hello, my name is Roger Nassett. It's P.O. Box 2357, Kalispell. It's been 7.5 years since I've been up here. I never thought I would come back up here, but nice to see all of you. As you know, I retired from the city of Kalispell, 24.5 years as a police officer, last 11.5 as chief of police. So I want to commend you on your promotion of Jordan Benizio to chief of police. Outstanding job. Best pick you could have had. Secondly, I thought we got rid of all the controversial subjects when I was here, so this really surprises me that you found another one. But I'll get to the
That was
point.
Doug Overman.
Oh, is that what it was? I was going to blame it on Wade, but a little bit of history on how I became involved in the Warming Center. I am a board member of the center. So when I was chief, I'd show up at work 6:30 in the morning. We would have some homeless people that would camp out in the lobby of the police department. And I would have the opportunity to talk to them in the morning, and I would get some amazing stories about who these people were, where they came from, and why they were in the situation that they were in. Some of them weren't good people. Some of them defecated in the lobby, did bad things in there. But there were good people also. And those are the ones that kind of I remember the most. I mean, those are the, Sam, Mr. Nunley, I mean, just exactly like you spoke about. You remember people for what they say to you. And it left an impression. I retired in 2017, and I was approached by the Warming Center about coming on board. And I thought back to some instances that I had with the city and how we were dealing with homeless people at the time. We would have a homeless encampment in Lawrence Park. We would go clean it up and would kick them on to somewhere else. Would kick that can down the road. Would have an encampment in Woodland Park. So we would go to Woodland Park, would kick them out. We removed a bunch of shrubbery, and we tried to solve the problem by just kicking it down the road. It didn't work. The problem got worse and worse, and we saw the money depleted in our legislative session for mental health. And it really did snowball from there. So when this opportunity to serve on the Warming Center came up, I said, we haven't tried this here. Things are not getting better. This is a way, hopefully, to solve or at least come to some resolution on the issue. We're not perfect. We don't claim to be perfect. But we believe and we ask that we work together to try to find a solution, so we don't end up like a lot of the cities that we're seeing in the national news where they're overrun by homeless and they have absolutely no idea of how they're going to control it. So from my perspective as a board member, I just ask that you work with us to try to work through this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Mrs. Roscos, and I live at 1509 South Woodland Drive in Kalispell, and I've lived there 30 years. And where I live, there's relatively almost zero crime and zero homelessness, and I'm very blessed because of that. However, dear City Council members, contained within this folder that is being submitted for your study and perusal are several hard copies of articles that I and others have written, composed, edited, and published. And what I mean by editing is simple things like grammar and spelling, not altering truths. Many things have been submitted to me. These articles, which have also been emailed to all of you, I hope you've received them, are first-hand accounts by those who have been assaulted by the homeless, an interview with a homeless woman, a report by a woman who works for and is a volunteer at the Warming Center concerning a Warming Center guest who overdosed on fentanyl and nearly died, as well as fentanyl being consumed in the bathroom inside the Warming Center, along with a lack, and here we go, here's another article, I'm going to go off on this a little bit, a lack of fiscal and financial accountability via records by the Better Business Bureau and the Charity Navigator concerning the Flathead Warming Center. And why am I bringing that up? I'll tell you why I'm bringing it up. I'm bringing it up because their accountability is 69% compared to Array of Hopes, which is 100%. Now, these are public records anybody can find. So if we cannot trust the Warming Center and their fiscal, or their lack of accountability in fiscal matters, how can we trust them with many matters, okay? We have reports of littering, other accounts of crime in the area near the Flathead Warming Center, as well as accounts concerning crime where the Flathead Warming Center guests travel to often during the day, especially in the winter, meaning in the vicinity of the Hockaday Art Center and the library. And many of these people go into the library because we know that's true. Okay, now, I'm going to say something. My son and a friend of his in their 20s went over recently within the last month just to visit outside share God's love with some of these people and get their perspective outside the warming center. They asked where they came from. One said he came from Everett, Washington, and they love it here. He goes, yeah, we go from place to place, center to center. We're transits, we travel. That's kind of what we do. This one, we particularly like this one. This one's great. However, it can be particularly dangerous at times because some woman just last night beat the crap out of another woman in one of the bathrooms. Another person was from Libby. Okay, now I'm just going to give you some housework here because I'm going to give you these articles and there's links and keys, right, that you have to link to look these things up. Okay, you may access my website via the following, montanafirstnews.com, and you may open the interview with the homeless woman at Interview Homeless Woman Kalispell Part 1 and Interview Homeless Woman Kalispell Part 2 via YouTube. Also, you may obtain the financial accountability records from the Charity Navigator by typing in charitynavigator.org, Flathead Warming Center Incorporated, and charitynavigator.org at Array of Hope, and you can study these two to your heart's content, see how vastly different they are. Their 990 form, at least according to this organization, Better Business Bureau and the Charity Navigator, does not exist on the Warming Center's website, their 990 form. Okay, now I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I have 7 children. I have 13 grandchildren. I've lived in this valley off and on for 50 years. I have had extensive experience over many decades concerning addiction and homelessness, as I and my husband have housed and fed multiple women and sick women, very ill women and young children and toddlers and infants in our home for years. As well as I assisted Array of Hope for almost a decade. I did massive fundraising for them and other things. I helped procure sobriety for an entire family, extended family of mine, steeped in addictions and over many, many years, who are now recovered and working and doing well and leading productive lives. Okay. In conclusion, please consider pulling the conditional use permit, which was issued to the Flathead Warming Center, and if it were to ever reopen at some point, please consider it via a rebranding process. And by dropping the low barrier shelter status and replace that with drug and alcohol testing, local ID for entry, and strict accountability and requirements. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully submitted, Mrs. James A. Roscoe.
Thank you, ma'am. Over here, Ms. Roscoe. Over here with Amy.
Okay, I'm Kayla Baker. I used to live on 6th Street West. I'm a little nervous. I haven't spoken in front of this many people in ever. I'm not going to go over the personal things that happened on my property. You've heard it all tonight. I did have a question. I know you can't answer that now, but I would like to know why things like this aren't voted on by the people when this affects the whole valley. My cousin, he was homeless. Sorry. My cousin was homeless, who would have been the first person to tell you that he wouldn't get a job because he made more money from the free handouts that he would receive daily from the people around town. And on top of getting food stamps and Medicaid. He can't tell you this now because he was beaten to death on the streets of Kalispell by another homeless person. These free handouts that our valley is allowing is enabling and destroying our valley. If we don't start opening our eyes now and start holding the homeless accountable, our valley is just going to turn just like Seattle. So let's start trying to make a change now before it's too late. That's all I got.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey everybody, my name's Christian Patton. I live at 1471 Destiny Lane. I want to thank you both for your stories and your resolve on this. I run a local business here in town. I do IT and security, and I guess, my business is thriving because of the homeless. I've been installing tons of security systems, tons of security cameras, businesses downtown, even off of Meridian. They're spending thousands and thousands of dollars to turn their businesses into Fort Knox, And yes, I'm making money on that and my business is doing well, but these people shouldn't have to do that. They shouldn't have to turn their businesses into Fort Knox, I got clean and sober 11 years ago, and I've used every resource that, we have in this valley, all the way from, mental health to voc rehab, to help with schooling to, 12-step. And all I have to say about that is that, it's not something that, people can just tell you, oh, just, go get clean and sober, go do this or that, go take care of your mental health. You have to really want to do it. And I've worked with a lot of guys in 12-step, and not all of them get it. They don't. And those are the ones you just have to let go. And I've seen a lot of that in this valley. And I don't know. It's a rough one. I do feel for the homeless. I really do. But I mean, even I do. I have a daughter. She just turned 18. And I remember when I turned 18, I was just super stoked to be 18 and start my first job or whatever I was doing. My worry is, okay, let's go teach you how to use a gun. Not just for personal safety, but so you can protect yourself, because people are getting shot at, shot in the face over a fuel. It's messed up. I don't think that's right for this valley. I really don't. But I do think that we could probably come up with a solution to help the people that need the help and want the help, like the story that you had. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of a little place called Bakersfield, California. That's where I was born. So, I mean, it's not a pretty place now. It's not. And I used to live in a little place there called Oildale. And there are homeless people everywhere. There are people naked walking down the streets. And I see this city turning into that. It's going to be Bakersfield. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen the sticker on the back of cars, don't turn my Cali into Cali, But it's turning into California here. And it's sad. So I appreciate everything you guys are doing, though. I really do. And thank you for that data. I thought the data was on point. So that's all I got.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, the next time my friends tell me they get nervous talking in front of people, I'll just tell them to talk at 10:30. So, hi, my name's Lena Camaro. I live on East Side Kalispell. It's my second week in a row. Next week, do I get a prize? As a member of this community, I'm glad there's a warming center. I want to say that. I'm glad the warming center exists. I'm glad that if I know people who are struggling and need shelter, there's somewhere for me to send them. When I first moved here, I talked to my friends in Whitefish. They said, there's no shelter here. Do you think people in Whitefish care about the homeless? Do you want to be that, first of all? A lot of people talked about safety. If you want to talk about feeling unsafe in this valley, look like this. I don't feel unsafe when I see somebody sleeping in the garbage. I don't feel unsafe when I walk with my children, who are both under the age of 3, next to a homeless person who's looking for food in the trash. I feel grateful, and at times I've gone home, gotten food, or gotten an all-weather sleeping bag and come back and said, here, have from what I have. I feel unsafe to volunteer in this community, and that is the God's honest truth. I have never in my life, walking and being in this community, been threatened by a homeless person. I think I've been threatened by people in this room for the work and the volunteering that I do in this community. There are 3 people that I know that would be here who are not here because they feel unsafe speaking up in front of their neighbors. I also live with 2 disabled veterans who wanted me to remind you that in the last year alone, there has been a 56.4% raise in homelessness in the state of Montana. That is the 4th in the nation. If you think that those veterans are not on the streets of Kalispell, I hope that makes you sleep better at night, telling yourself that, because that's crazy. When I first moved here, I thought the one thing I would be able to trust is that this is a Christian community who at least have Christian values. I know now that we're not only the town that would turn away Joseph and Mary, but we would prosecute the innkeeper. for offering the manger. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marcella Williams, and I'm at 5445 Highway 93 West. And I deliberated back and forth in my head if I was even going to come up and talk, but I've heard some things today that were pretty shocking. So just to let you guys know, I'm with the Two Bear organization. Unfortunately, Jamie couldn't be here today, or she would have definitely had something way more eloquent to say. But I do want to say something with regard to the fact that this is everyone's problem. This isn't just a neighborhood problem. This isn't just a homeless person's problem or a drug addict's problem. It's everyone's problem, because that is our neighbor. That is our sister, our brother, our cousin, the person we went to high school with. Those are who those people are. I think the statistic was 94% of people in the shelters here are right from the valley. So those are your neighbors. And I understand everyone has concerns and complaints that are valid. I mean, nobody wants to see someone shooting up outside. But what we really need to focus on are solutions. And pulling that permit is not part of the solution. As a matter of fact, it is quite the opposite, because we need more low barrier housing, not less. Unless you want to be like Grants Pass. Has anyone paid attention to what's going on in Grants Pass right now? Every shelter is high barrier. There are tent cities everywhere. And unfortunately, someone who's handicapped doesn't qualify for those high barrier because they can't get a job. So we definitely need more low barrier shelters, but we also need more drug rehabilitation centers, more mental health facilities, because that is where the problem lies, is where these people are just expected to figure it out on their own. They're already sick. And unless we can come together as a community and come up with solutions and work together, get all these nonprofits in the room together and have them all working under an umbrella together to figure out funding, to figure out grants, and all of the things that make this a prosperous community, we can do it. But it takes everyone who's willing to put in the work. So all I wanted to say was, look into Dallas. They're doing it right. It's called the Housing Forward Coalition. And actually, the gentleman who was here with me earlier had to leave, and he is the treasurer for them. And they're doing it, and it's working. And people are reaching out to Dallas saying, how are you doing this? Portland reached out to them. LA's reached out to them. How can we do this here? Well, we're really lucky here right now, because we only have, a few hundred people in this situation that need our help. If you look at, let's just take California, for instance, 250,000 people are homeless, and that's just what they can count. Look at Denver, 100,000 people. So if we have a few hundred people who need our help, and we can come together and figure it out with solutions, then why don't we do it now while the problem is manageable, rather than waiting until it snowballs and we ended up like Vegas. I'm just saying, there's opportunity here to learn and get ahead of it before it gets really bad, but it's going to take everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for bearing with all of us and this opportunity to address you. Others have addressed other aspects of the matter under discussion here, the CUP. I'm here to address the overarching question of the council's approach to the problem of homelessness in the community. In my humble opinion, the council, much as the county commissioners did last year, risks scapegoating one of the few entities which is actively seeking to treat the manifestations of the problem among our community's most vulnerable members. It is unfair and short-sighted to lay blame at the feet of the warming center for endemic and systemic problems not of their making. Correlation is not causation. Without the warming center, the problems we know would be much, much worse, as the community members they shelter would be out on the street. It's not as if removing the warming center would magically reduce the number of homeless in our community. It's incumbent upon the council to begin in a collaborative fashion to address the underlying causes of the need for the warming center. There are many sector agencies working steadfastly on dealing with the problem and seeking solutions. As much as they try, they cannot effectively operate without the collaboration and cooperation of local government, city council, and the county commissioners, both. If you only respond to some of the voices, in this case neighbors with valid grievances, and don't listen to the voices of the other affected parties and those trying to work with them, you'll only be putting Band-Aids on a hemorrhage. The problems are difficult but not insolvable, but they do require a will to work and plan and join together to address them. I respectfully beg you not to throw the baby out with the bathwater and to initiate a plan to address homelessness in an all-encompassing manner, which recognizes it for the complex issue it is. Only in this way will we be able to adequately address the concerns of all the affected parties. Thank you, and good luck.
Sir, your name for the record real quick, sir? Just your name for the record.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I skipped over that. I was
Yeah, you
trying to
did.
keep it short. Ron Gerson, I live on 4th Avenue East.
Thank you, Ron.
Hi, my name is Ruth Probert, and I live off of 6th Street West, so it's pretty close to the warming center. I have noticed a lot of dangerous things as well in the neighborhood, you know, needles on the ground, things like that. I don't think this is that complicated to deal with. We had some people right before me mention that, like, oh, we're supposed to be Christians, we're supposed to, like, you know, love people or whatever. The Bible is very clear on this. I don't know if anyone in here has actually even read the Bible. Apparently not. Because it says, even when we were with you, this we commanded you, that if any would not work, neither should he eat. This is not a mental health problem that we have in our valley. It is a laziness problem. It is a slothfulness problem. You're not supposed to support these people. Okay, the only people that we should be giving free meals to, in the book of James, it says it's the fatherless and the widows. So orphans, pure religion and undefiled before God and the Father is this, to visit the fatherless and the widows in their affliction. So James 1:27. And the Bible specifically says also in 1 Timothy 5:8, but if any provide not for his own, and especially for those of his own house, he hath denied the faith. So you're actually worse than somebody who's not even a Christian if you do not support your own family by working. It's just really that simple. I don't understand why it's so complicated. If you just go back to the Bible and read it. So, oh, and one more thing. I am a relative of Randy Brodell, and I think he would agree with me in this, that this is a big problem in our valley, that we need to get rid of the warming center. Just revoke their permit, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jamie Quinn, 729 6th Avenue East, or excuse me, West, Kalispell. I know that all of you here know me. You might have missed my presence, or maybe not for some of you for a while. But I'm happy to be back here, and I am in support of maintaining the CUP for the warming center. I've heard a lot of the complaints, and I don't want to say that they're not valid. But where I live, I also deal with feces, drug use, sex, genitalia, pretty much everything, littering, everything that has been mentioned that is an issue, I deal with where I live. You know who the cause is? Our high school students. Flathead High School. I've had children having sex outside of my house in their vehicles. I've had children urinating, defecating, throwing trash in my yards, all sorts of things. So I'd like to be clear that this is a standard of behavior that we are only holding to one classification of individuals within our community. I'd also like to address in the mapping the 3-year and the 3-year component. In 2020, when those heat maps and when those things were traced back to, we were in the middle of a pandemic. Landlords weren't able to legally evict tenants. We went through a shutdown of the outlaw, the blue and white, and we've had a lot of people moving into our Great Valley who've driven up the prices for rent, taken their homes and made them into VRBOs, Airbnbs, and we've seen a displacement of people, even homeowners that have lost their housing because they cannot afford taxes. These are just some of the reasons why we've seen an increase in homelessness in our community. We do not need to import them from Seattle or Portland. We are creating them own here because we are not doing what we need to as a community. We are also talking about a conditional use permit and what is in the good of our community. I recently remember a developer being granted an extension on a conditional use permit. I'd say that's adverse to the community because now that's 5 years of a loss of TIF funding that could be able to support things. I'd also like to talk about a conditional use permit for the Outlaw. Why aren't we addressing that? Because there was somebody that died there last year. There are vehicles, there is trash, there is just as much going on at the Outlaw, but we're not addressing that conditional use permit, are we? It is clearly targeted by certain individuals that sit on the city council that have a desire to pander to their base and continue a narrative against the warming center, which is completely inappropriate. I'd also like to address the fact of why some agencies do not come and speak out here. And it is because what I can tell you is I have had 2 city councilors go to a former board and complain about me when I was an executive director at a nonprofit here. They have worried for years about having conditional use permits and coming here and speaking out in favor of who they represent because they are afraid of what the city council would do. And guess what? Here we are. You wonder why they're not here talking out? It's because they're worried they're not going to get their conditional use permits approved by you because look at what you're doing. You're pulling one from an agency that serves our most at risk and provides support to our police departments. I'd also like to talk about what we consider respectable agencies, because when I was at my last job, we weren't considered a respectable agency, and per the past woman who spoke before me, I would have also not been welcomed for respectability of what my agency did that I represented. The final thing I'd like to say is that the conditional use permit was brought forth in November of 2020. I was here back in 2019, along with other agencies, asking you for help. The city has still not stepped up to help or to meet with the agencies. This has been here before the warming center was granted that permit, but we don't like to turn around and talk about the fact that you haven't showed up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, Jason Peters, 129 Juniper Bend. I used to be on City Council. Ms. Gabriel was brand new when I first got on council, and I sat right next to her, so congratulations for still being here. One of the things I wanted to express is a gratitude that you guys are even tackling this conversation. For the public out there, this is the forum for how this happens. When you make a decision, City Council, grant a CUP, grant anything, if there's an unintended consequence or there's something going on, the forum is then you bring it back. So there is some misrepresentation within the community that this is something that was just brought up from the city council. This is actually the forum. This is the right way to go through the process. Having said that, you have an unintended consequence of having a warming center. You guys voted for it on very good reason. It's provided an essential service here, and there's disruption and there's some friction in the neighborhood. That's known. So now you have this charge to figure out what do you do with that. You don't revoke the license for the warming center. It's providing great service. I would contend that the stuff that goes on inside the warming center isn't the issue. It's what happens in the neighborhood that's the issue. So deal with the problem that's the actual real problem, not the one that's the pretend problem. I wanted to echo something that Marcella said. That the gentleman that was here earlier tonight is actually lives in Whitefish, but he's been on a board down in Dallas. And they've taken an initiative in the last 3 years, provide homeless shelter or homeless housing for homeless people and gotten them off the streets for 10,000 people in 3 years. If we did that here, it'd be the equivalent of 350 people off the streets who are no longer homeless. So it's kind of it's a great model that's out there, and I'll leave you with this. It's just something to think about. But the executive director of that organization, we did a conference call with him, and he said, this is actually really simple. It's Winnie the Pooh shit. Eeyore needs a home, and every bear wants a honeypot. It's just figuring out how to give them, and it's not give, it's give it, but do it in a way that's respectable. They have jobs, and they eventually get to the point where they can pull themselves up by the bootstraps. But we got to get them to that point. And the warming center has a place here, and you guys still have to figure out a way to deal with the neighborhood concerns. And that's why you're here. That's why you're in this situation. And hard conversations don't have to be bad conversations, but you have to have a hard conversation. And tonight, you can tell from the emotions in this room, it's a hard conversation. That's okay. So now you have to make a decision, you have to figure out what's the next step. How do we serve the community with the warming center? And how do we serve the community in the neighborhood and make sure that they don't have this disruption, they don't have their kids dealing with the issues you just heard tonight. So tough conversation to have. Let me know how we can help out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor, and thank you so much for spending your night with us, because this has turned into quite an event. My name is Andy Utter. I reside on 255 Rosewood Drive. I'm a stone's throw away from the warming center. And I would first like to say, as a person that's in that neighborhood that is very close to the warming center, I personally have not experienced any negative effects from having people transient through. I often forget to lock my car, or I will leave things out and about, and I have not experienced issues with anybody molesting or touching our property in any way. So that I would like to say first. I have not personally felt unsafe, and in an attempt to get to know the warming center a little better and to know some of the neighbors and people that are being served there, I decided to start volunteering there this winter. And I think what I have realized, not only is there a lot of services that are provided to folks who come through this place, but there's not a whole lot of a barrier that's separating me from that person. I don't happen to struggle with mental health issues, but as a student who was kicked out of my housing when I was schooling in 2020, I could have easily ended up in a position where I couldn't have supported myself, because I lost both of my jobs and I had to move home. So I can say that there's a lot of people who I could have easily been in that position. And knowing that there is a place for people that could have been me to go to would have been essential. So while I do hear our neighbors saying that there are health issues, that there are reasons to be concerned, I contend with that. I totally get that. I would love to see a city move forward in creating a solution together for the members in our community that need that help. And I thank you so much for that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Kyle Heineke. I'm residing at 110 Lake Plain Drive, so I'm out of town, but I work at Fresh Life, just this church right next door. In fact, we share a wall and air conditioning, I believe, as well, when it works. I'm a sixth generation native of this town and very proud of that. My great-great-grandfather built the very first residential home in Kalispell. My great-grandfather, Fred Brinkman, referred to Kalispell as the dimple in the cheek of God's creation. I love that. Every time I've shared that, someone smiles. And it's a way for his heritage or his legacy to live on. And I'm truly honored to bear the name Heineke, because many of you know my family, and they have done a remarkable work to build this city. And I feel a uniqueness to the position that I hold in church leadership because, well, one, I'm a bit of a refugee from Portland myself. I was in ministry there, and I worked at the Union Gospel Mission in downtown Portland, one block off of Skid Row, and I was terrified to walk to work from my car. But I did it every day, and the reason why is because, well, I actually have read the Bible, and Jesus did say that those of you that give food or drink to even the least of these serves me. And my Lord and Savior, when he says something, I'm going to take him at his word. That being said, we're in a bit of a pickle because, well, I have staff here at Fresh Life that, you know, they're 20-something girls, and they share their location on Find My with my wife and I because they're nervous to walk to their cars. 2 weeks ago, our youth pastor, somehow, two homeless gentlemen got into the building while the doors are locked, which is an unfortunate thing to say as a pastor, that our doors are locked. They were in the bathroom, and, you know, he's working just setting up for youth on Wednesday night. And he goes into the restroom and there's two men. And he goes, "Oh, what are you doing?" And the man says, "What does it look like I'm doing? I'm taking a piss." Terrified him. He called the police, and I will say, maybe the unsung hero tonight is the KPD. They have been there at every turn. And I honor you and thank you. But I also want to advocate for a solution that isn't cutting the baby in half and isn't creating enemies. So I believe it was somebody that said, why don't we have a homeless task force or people that are proactive, and I want to step up and say, let's go. Whatever we got to do, but this is a community issue. Let's return the core of the apple to what it once was. And that was a city that had a forward motion, ingenuity, compassion, and altogether we created a community that was hopeful, and that can be done again. But not by making enemies, but by partnering together. So count me in. How can I help? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Rudy Kestner, Garden Drive, Kalispell. I noticed tonight from a lot of the comments made, I believe that the city council and its administration for the city has done the correct thing in taking a look at the conditional use permit. And the three options that the mayor has pointed out are definitely within the norm of what your due diligence in the coming weeks and months will be involved with. And I thank you for that. As Montanans, we probably are presenting a difficult situation to you. Because as Montanans, it's always been the case where when someone has got troubles, a neighbor has been there to help. And when that neighbor helps them, they know that sometimes it was to put out a meal because people didn't have the food. If a person's home was burned down, they maybe found a place for them to stay. If they lost a job, there was ways to help those folks. Churches, families, Montanans. So we all do what we were naturally born to do, and that is to care for those other people that are Montanans. Has homelessness been an issue for a while in this city? It has, but not at the level recently. Has it been that way in our country? Yes, it has. Has it been this way in our world? Yes, it has for all time. But I think what is going to happen is that the city is going to have to divide two issues. The conditional use permit is your work and what you've offered for the zoning of that area and those affected within the zoning district. The people who have spoken tonight, their concerns need to be met. So in the effect of trying to be legitimately Montanan and helping our neighbors, we have to then consider what is the matter for public safety. I heard a lot about public safety tonight. And in our community, I think we're tremendously blessed to have the police department. But, you know, the chief, the patrol captains are not necessarily the best trained for frontline confrontation for people who are having crises. Crises management is not necessarily probably a job they really enjoy and have far too much of it right now. Without crisis management, the warming center is going to take the place of a night to stay, but it's not going to manage the crisis. And I don't blame them for that. Tanya does a very good job and has her own personal experience, but the crisis management center that may come under the behavioral health for future generations coming down from our state, this may not happen for several years. We have to deal with the public safety issues now and for the next several years. I'm challenging this council, the mayor, the city manager, to devise and come up with a plan for public safety. Some of the people that are going to and from the warming center and back are committing some of the crimes that our law enforcement has to attend to. Some of them may not be residents of the warming center. This is an unknown but true fact. There's no way to gauge any of that. However, we do need to take care of the people who have concerns. That is the primary issue of our city. It was 4 to 5 decades ago that everyone was being told, you know, we're going to take out the grain silo someday and take out the rail tracks and create a beautiful park-lined trail so that people could live, recreate, work, shop, use this to build the core of Kalispell, to be that type of a place that we all love because we live here and know that we live here and know that tourism is part of our economy and people are going to come, shop, utilize businesses, and make us a healthy community. I'm a husband. I'm a father to 4 daughters. I'm a grandfather to 5 grandchildren. I don't consider it healthy if those members of my family and those members of other families are not feeling safety when they are in our town and in our streets, shopping, going to and from to work, to and from their cars, wherever. This is not an issue that we as Montanans ever expected or wanted, nor expected to see for the vibrant growth in downtown Kalispell. It's not looking vibrant. Just last week, an Army veteran that I'm familiar with severe PSTD, who was unusually capable of taking care of himself, was riding his bike on the Park Line Trail. It's my understanding, I can't get a hold of him, it's affected him quite greatly, that he saw some people sleeping underneath the trains. And he stopped and he looked because he wasn't sure if they were okay or what was going on. They jumped up, asked what he was looking for, what he was looking at, and pulled a sword on him. A sword! Now, this is not something that we have ever seen in our town, nor is it something we should ever be accepting. It's not the vibrancy of our community. It's not who we are as Montanans. It certainly isn't safe to know that I have family members and you have family members that are being accosted in these ways. So the matter of public safety is a challenge. I'm glad to hear that a former KPD chief is on the board. There might be some opportunity in the 3 options you have, if there is going to be amendment of this CUP, to maybe engage some sort of a public safety effort utilizing some of the former chief's abilities to do some training of the residents and the guests of the warming center, to make them realize that, you know, when a person loses their home and is out on the street, that maybe getting back to a home is the goal, not getting into housing when they don't know where to put their excrement. That needs to be instructed to people. That needs to be instructed to people so that they can have lives in homes. You know, homes require maintenance. There's trash to be taken out. There's toilets to be cleaned. There's things that need to be instructed to people. And this is a bigger job than what the city can do. And now, I think your obligation is to the residents of Kalispell and their needs for public safety. The issue of homelessness is not going to be solved here in Kalispell. It's not being solved anywhere. I'm glad if there's organizations that can bring changes, and I certainly suggest you look at them. But right now, your issue at hand is the conditional use permit. I don't believe doing nothing is your best option. I think it lies within the other 2. If what I've heard from a lot of people is they believe that there's a place for the warming center, and I do too. There is a need for that. But there is a need to bring about change through the warming center and not remaining a status quo of an ever-increasing crime and reduced public safety. Those 2 issues cannot be separated here in our community. And those are the two issues that this council has to address. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Really? Oh, man. Okay. Any other public comment from within the room? Buster, for you, anytime, but it's got to have comedy.
Thank you all for letting everyone have a chance to speak.
And how many do we have here? How many online? Okay. Let's go ahead and go online.
Go ahead, Mr. Hartzell.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'm sorry if I'm not communicating quite right. I just had facial surgery 8 hours ago, so if you're a little bit unclear, I'll try and speak up. I'm down here in Bozeman, and I'm here to tell everybody that basically I've heard speak tonight. Everybody's right and wrong, and I'm going to tell you why. And because of the surgery, and because as you hear my intro, I'm hoping that you will extend out a little bit of time. I know I've got the 3-minute limit, which I'm going to try and do. But I think after you hear my intro, you'll hopefully grant me a little extra time. And the other thing is, I will also remind you that you are allowed to ask me questions. The council is allowed to do that legally. So to start off with, I was homeless. My wife was homeless. And my wife actually, she was also a psychiatric caregiver for the homeless in the Kalispell Valley. I was homeless starting at the age of 9 and 10. My family chose to be homeless. They chose it. And they chose it for a while, and then we were not homeless anymore. And then at that point, while I was doing that, before I met my wife, she was living in her car because she was homeless, had been illegally fired from her job after being injured, and then she had gone back to work as a nurse, working at an ER. And while she was living out of her car, she was working and helping with the homeless. That was over 30 years ago. At the age of 17, I became homeless in order to basically finish graduating high school. And I lived under a bridge. I dug into the dumpsters of Safeway looking for food, and I took showers in the Safeway bathrooms, all while continuing to go to high school. 3 years later, I was wearing the sheriff's badge when I actually went to work and for clearing out the same exact homeless encampments that I was living in. I spent 30 years in public safety, 7 years with the Sheriff's Department, 10 years as a 911 dispatcher, and 28 years as a fire captain. I have additional experience as well. So I was also the president of a nonprofit organization that was dealing with social services. I was the vice president of an Audubon chapter, and where I actually specifically dealt with the homeless issue as we were trying to save a city park, because there were two cities who were sharing the park, and they were trying to deal with the homeless issue, and they wanted to sterilize all the vegetation in the entire park, which happened to be one of the best ecological habitats in my county at the time. I went to work on it because I had extensive experience with the homeless, and I did a bunch of research around the world actually on that. In addition, my wife and I have traveled over 27 countries. We've talked with homeless people in many of those countries. I have worked in the back shadows of politics and dealing with homeless for over 40 years. I don't know what an expert is, but I think that I qualify if there is a definition of what an expert is. I've talked with homeless people, and I've seen the homeless camps in Africa. Talked with homeless people in Germany, Ecuador, all sorts of other places. And I just can't get into all of the extensive experience I have. So I've been to the Warming Center. I've heard from the staff directly on how it operates. In addition to my international experience with homeless and all these others, I have also talked with homeless who are in this county. I've talked to the individuals. I get a call sometimes from somebody that says, hey, there's this woman out on the street, and this is a really strange situation. She's got 25 suitcases. What's the deal with that? And I go, I'll find out. And I will go and I will talk with them. And I have really good conversations with them. So I'm here to tell everybody that I've got extensive experience, and everybody who has spoken is so far right, but they're also wrong. And here's why. There are three categories, in my opinion, of what the homeless population. There are those who have socioeconomic who don't want to be homeless. Okay, they actually are forced into the position. They're trying to get out. There are those who have mental illness that contribute to the homelessness. Then there are those who want to be homeless, and they are a combination of socioeconomic, mental illness, and nothing wrong, just want to live separate from normal. In the first encampment that I was living in when I was 17 years old, there were approximately 30 homeless people who were living with me. They welcomed me in. They were very helpful. But out of them, there were 5 people, going back to one of the council members' speeches, there were 5 people who actually chose to be homeless, even though they had all the opportunities to not be homeless. In fact, one of them would walk around with $5,000 cash every day and still go out begging for money. And then there were 5 out of those 30 who actually, every winter, they would travel north in the wintertime and become homeless in Washington and Canada. And the reason why is because they actually felt that it was helping them stay alive. These are people who had no mental illness, and they just chose to live that lifestyle. So those are the categories. And I've heard that there are some truths that I want to make sure that you are all aware of. Yeah, and can you guys still hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. There are some truths I definitely want you guys to be aware of. And this goes for not just the council. I'm also talking to the public, because the public needs to hear what I have to say as well. You cannot eliminate the problem. I have been to 27 countries over 20 years. I have literally been to thousands of cities and counties and countries. And I have seen and talked to about the homeless issue with people. I've talked to the homeless in those countries. I've talked to politicians and leaders in those places. Nobody has ever been able to eliminate the homeless issue. You can reduce it, you can isolate it, but you can't eliminate it. Once it's in your city, it's there, and you just have to learn how to deal with it the best way. That's the very first truth I want everybody to understand. Next one is, one of the topics, there are a couple of topics that haven't been addressed. One is a biological and hazmat concern. So one of the encampments that we had to deal with, by the way, going back to, again, my memory's not, this is all off the top of my head. I don't have any written speech, unfortunately. I was going to prepare one, but because of my last minute surgery, I was not able to get it. But the 30 years that I spent in public safety, multiple homeless encampments were part of my first due response area. So not only was I dealing with the homeless issue in the nonprofit world, but I was also dealing with them on the job. And I encountered people who I was homeless with all the time on a regular basis. I was dealing with them while on the job. So the next one is biological and hazmat concerns. One of the encampments that we were dealing with in the park, there was one encampment that we were dealing with successfully. There was another encampment that we weren't. The one that wasn't started expanding. And by the time we got in there, one of the issues that had happened is that they had set up an actual sewage system that was going into the local waterway. By the time we caught it, they had already dumped battery acid into their sewage system and killed all of the fish in the creek. The second thing that happened is that we found that sewage was going into that creek and going into a local waterway. The local health department went in and tested the water, and we found hepatitis and multiple other diseases that were in the water, the same water that some of the kids were going and bathing in. That leads to the next issue that became a problem, which was legal issues. the liability that the two cities that were dealing with the park all of a sudden went through the roof. And that was something that the cities had not taken into account when they were dealing with the homeless issue, is the budgeting. They had not prepared their budgeting for the number of legal cases that came in. And some of their legal cases went up in the double digits in millions of dollars. And that was a huge issue that they had not foreseen. So that's another truth that you guys need to also be considering. Communication between the homeless. Back when I was part of the encampment, they had scouts. We had scouts that would go out and they would go to other cities. We would collect the money from the day's, collection, and it would be separated up. And then somebody was designated as a scout, and they would get on a bus or a train, and they'd go to another city. They'd find out the resources, and then they would come back and they would report the resources in that city or town. And within 72 hours, you could have half of an encampment on the move to go there. That was over 30 years ago. No, that would be over 30 years ago now. And that was way before cell phones. The homeless who I've talked to in the area, they have cell phones and they are communicating with other people in other states. And they've told me this. So there is absolutely a communication network. There has been for over 30 years. There is a stronger communication network that there is in place now. The other thing that was happening was that the whole idea about traveling to places, it was occurring. And the communication in the encampments that was going on was based upon a couple of different things. One is, how were the resources, were they available, were they good? Second one was, how is the money-making opportunities? How were certain street corners? How were certain neighborhoods for living? How were certain bridges for living under? What were the living conditions? And then, of course, the other thing was, what are the restrictions? And everybody talked amongst each other, and everybody knew those places that were good and those places that had restrictions. They stayed away from the areas that created barriers. They went to the areas that didn't have barriers. That was over 30 years ago. It was the same truth 20 years ago, 10 years ago, and all the way up to me talking to homeless people last year. So that's another truth that everybody needs to understand and know. The next one is lack of respect for the public. There are a lot of homeless. One of the big problems I could say is that a lot of people, one of the reasons why a lot of homeless issues can't be dealt with is because there are a lot of people who try and categorize the homeless. Whether it's the public, cities, counties, states, it doesn't matter. All I continue to see them do is continue to try and put them into a box. And the reason why is because it's easier to deal with methods of dealing with the box than it is with flowing water, like in a river. It's really, really hard to deal with that. So everybody tries to categorize it into a box. You can't with the homeless. There are so many factors involved that you cannot put a blanket statement on any group. As far as the data is concerned, I have answers. The councilwoman asked a question earlier about the data and the heat stuff. I heard Houston get brought up about the 68%. I've heard this 94% figure getting thrown out. All of that is wrong. I do have, and going back to the data, the councilwoman's question, I have the answers for that, actually. I know the answers to what she was asking earlier. Another time would be a place for me to answer that. It's not tonight, but I just want you to know that I have the answers to that, councilwoman. And one of the things is the data is always skewed. It's always wrong. I happen to know exactly how the 94% figure came about. So I know the details that I know the 68% figure. There are so many holes in the data, it's unbelievable. And the heat maps are really good, but there are serious flaws. And you have to understand why the flaws occur. It's because of the 911 system and the CAD system and how 911 calls are taken. That's a huge factor that's left out of a lot of discussions when it comes to data on the homeless. So the data needs to not necessarily be used. I want to go back to the one person who was talking. He's a data expert. And he said, don't let the data decide your decision. And I can't emphasize enough that that is 100% true, because the data has so many holes and I can pick it apart every single piece. But again, don't use the data. You have to use other places' experience. So going to that issue, the last thing, to try and wrap it up again, I don't want to take everybody's time up all night, but there is increased violence. What we saw happen in the encampments in the park is we had the one encampment that all of a sudden had barriers being put in place. They started policing themselves, and we saw a reduction in problems. The other encampment was not. They did not police themselves, and that place escalated into, within 2 years, we ended up having homicides among the homeless, and then we had home invasions, including when one homeless person was being chased by the police after stealing across the street from the encampment, and then broke into a house, did a home invasion, and took a 15-year-old girl hostage. So we had one encampment that we saw a high increase in violence because it was low barrier, and then we had another encampment that was higher barrier, and it was more successful. Now, as far as the barriers are concerned, I'm not talking about necessarily what the warming shelter barriers are. I'm talking about resistance materials, everything from being arrested and put in jail to being harassed more by either locals or police, but basically resistance in general. And that was a key factor. And there's multiple ways that can occur. But anyway, I want to move on to the next one and try and wrap up for you guys. There is no good place for a homeless center. None. I have seen the shanty towns in South Africa. I have seen the homeless places in Ecuador, in Quito, Ecuador. I've seen those places. I've seen the homeless shelters in California, Arizona, Texas. The ones in Houston, I have seen. I haven't been to them personally, but I have friends who have. And there is no good place to put a homeless center. And the reason why is because when a homeless center gets put up, it's a resource for the homeless. They will see it as a resource and they'll use it. If the resource is too far away from the place that they are either making money or doing drugs or doing whatever, or sleeping, even just sleeping during the daytime, it doesn't have to necessarily be a negative thing, a crime. It could be just where they are spending their time away from the center. If the center is too far away, that they won't go to the center. And we saw this. I've seen this in multiple locations. So the center has to go someplace that is going to be friendly to the community, but at the same time, it's going to attract the homeless people to focus around the center and not become more negative impact to the rest of the community on a broad level. And so when that happens, there are always residents and businesses that are affected. Out of the thousands of places that I researched and I've been to and I have seen, I never, ever found a homeless place that was set up in a place that did not affect some residents and some businesses. It was very unfortunate. And there was all sorts of ways to try and get that to fix that, but it just couldn't happen. So that's something else that is an absolute truth that the public and everybody in the city and the commissioners and the county and the state need to understand. There is no good place for one. By the time you move it to a safe place, you are now sending all of those homeless out into the community, and you're creating a larger, more negative impact. So what are the fixes? Absolutely needed is more mental health. But the problem is, out of all the places that we did the research on and we tried to increase mental health, we created at the parks in the cities that I was dealing with, we actually got volunteer support to increase social services and mental health support to those individuals. But the problem is we came up it was horribly short. It was just horribly short. And the reason is because there just is not adequate enough resources by a city, by a county, and even by a state to take on the issue. It's too big. We increased the number of social services from 10 people taking on 100 to 50 taking on 100. And what happened was the 100 turned into 1,000, and we had 50 workers working on 1,000 people. When we bumped it up to almost 1,000 people taking care of the 1,000 people, it bumped to 3,000 homeless people that we are now taking on. When the services come in, the homeless came in, they took advantage of it. Now that's a good thing, but it's a bad thing because the social services could not keep up. And so there is no city. That's something that's really important to acknowledge, is that you will not have the resources to fix the problem with the mental health issue. There's not enough doctors. There's not enough mental health care. There's not enough anything that will help all of those mental health. It's got to come from more from the state and more from the county, and you just have to take up the shortfalls of what they're doing and understand that you're going to just have to work with that gap. The next one is you've got to, with as far as the warming shelter itself, you've got to eliminate the low barrier. That's got to go away, and it's got to, or at least increase a bit. Again, I cannot tell you. They talk about what answers they're going to give. Back in when I was 17 years old, we were communicating about what resources the places were asking, what your answers were going to be, what people were better to go and meet up with, and what people were more resistant, who was checking for alcohol intoxication and who wasn't. They communicate amongst themselves. They get answers, and then they give what the warming shelters want to hear. So the low barrier system has to be increased. Last one, or the next one, establish an area for them, one that addresses multiple concerns and not poorly thought out. That was a hard one to communicate, but there's got to be an area that the homeless are allowed to live. You see these encampments in San Francisco, Sacramento, and Portland, all those places. Those are, unfortunately, it's horrible to see, but that is the best way to keep the bleed over of negative and activity and violence into the rest of the community. You can't get rid of them. You have to put them into their own area, and then try and provide restrictions on them to police themselves. That's the key. And then the last one is public communication. There has to be public communication by the cities, by the warming shelter, by everybody talking to the public, the cities, the counties. So that's the end of it. And the last thing I want to offer is, I know I've probably taken up quite a bit of time. I have a very unique experience. My wife does too. And I want to offer that at some point, the city council is legally allowed to have an informal meeting with analysts or other people who, experts, to gather information. And I am offering my knowledge and experience to sit down with you guys as well as Tanya, and we can have a discussion, pick my brain, get the answers, use the knowledge that I have from all around the world. Okay, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm just going to basically allow you to gather information. And I can't tell you enough, the biggest mistake that I have seen for over 40 years that cities and counties and states make is they think that they are the first ones to experience something and deal with it, and not listen to people who have experience from other areas. Making decisions thinking that you got that, and I'm not talking about just you, I'm just talking in general, city councils, commissioners, everybody. They think that they have the resources available to them to make sound decisions, and they don't look outside enough. I encourage you, before you make a decision, reach out to other places. I've heard Dallas get brought up. Dallas was the first and only place that I heard that was having true success. That is a place to actually go and look at and gather information from. The second one is, by all means, pick my brain. There are a bunch of people in the room I saw who know me. There are a bunch of people who know how to get a hold of me. I can give you my contact information. I've got no problem sitting down, and you guys can pick my brain. I've got gigabytes of data on this topic, and you guys should be downloading it before you make a decision. As for my opinion on the CUP on the Warwick Center, you guys don't have enough information to make a decision. Nobody does that I've heard tonight. The public doesn't. The city council doesn't. I haven't heard any of the state people or anything like that. You guys need to gather more information really hard before you make a decision on that. In the meantime, I would not pull it. The Warwick Center is doing good, but it's got to get refined. Anyway, I'm sorry I took up a bunch of your time. I hope, though, that I gave you some really valuable information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hartzell.
If anyone else would like to provide public comment, please raise your virtual hand. We do not have any more hands.
Not have any more. Okay.
So.
Should we forego the manager report?
Just if you can
It's
keep it to 3 minutes.
11:30. Remember, I got home at 2 a.m. last night because of United Airlines.
Yeah, but I will, revert it back to the policy before the
Yeah.
council. And, 2 points of correction, and I offer one as an important policy component. The other one is just to identify a correction on myself, as Mr. Roundtree identified in the statistical component. I mentioned it as a control. Well, it's not an experiment, so there is no control. It's a consistent comparison across all graphs. That's what it is. Point that out just to acknowledge as a correction. The other one is a policy decision related to the 150-foot. That's not a condition of applicability. It is the mailing that goes out to the most directly but just as the letter stated. It does not define the neighborhood. In fact, if you look in our city code, talks the proposed use will not be detrimental to abutting properties in particular and the neighborhood in general. Doesn't talk about 150 foot within it. It's the neighborhood in general. The abutting properties particularly is what the code says. So that is a policy related item.
The half-mile circle
Was just put out as,
just put out as an area.
yep, just as a geographic reason approach.
Okay. No, Sid, no, you can campaign later. So, I appreciate all of the public input because this is not just an easy 1, 2, 3 decision. And so there is a lot to work through, and I think another work session coming up, we can digest this. Future date, we'll have to pick a date and we'll mention it on next Monday. So, but with that, mercifully, I want to end the meeting and send everyone home. But Walter, I think this last gentleman kind of vindicated you on numbers too. Are you appearing next week too?
I'll try to be here next.
Please, I find it entertaining. Please do. So, anyway, no, I appreciate all of the comment. I appreciate council, and I appreciate everybody else and staff for sitting through. It's been a long evening, and there's going to be more to come, probably more long evenings. And as Mr. Peters said, more tough discussions. But I want to make sure that everybody understands tough discussions are not personal discussions. These are weighty issues that we have to have tough discussions on to try to come to some resolutions. And as we move forward, there'll be things, we'll make more mistakes. That's the whole beauty of this form of government. We can adjust as we go and see what works and what works for us as a community. So I appreciate all the comment. With that, I'm going to bed.